take out the bleachers, drunk, sound, busted over.
Why weren't we ready?
We all know they're going to leave at 600.
Go get some kids. Thank you.
You have 3 minutes for what?
You just need to go get pens.
Where's the lights? We're good to go. Thank you. I was wondering where the lights were. We got fancy lights in these council chambers now that let us know when we're on air, not just to the residents of Spanish Fork, but the millions watching all over the world. So thank you for joining us, everyone in council chambers tonight, and everyone watching online or on Channel 17. Spanish Fork City Council meeting today, November 7th, 2023. We're excited to have a lot of you here, have the scouts here too. I see the scouts that are with us. So we'll get underway. Like we always do in Spanish Fork, we're going to start off with prayer, motivational thought, and then the Pledge of Allegiance. And tonight, Councilman Argyle has the spiritual thought or prayer, and then we're to, I forget who was leading us in the pledge, Councilman Cardin leading us in the pledge. Councilman Argyle.
Thank you. I'll just offer us a prayer. Our dear Father in heaven, we are grateful for this evening that we could meet here as a council and as citizens of Spanish Fork City, have the opportunity to recognize some of those in our city who have exceeded the levels and competed, and had the opportunity to recognize them and their accomplishments. We're grateful for the many citizens that we have in this community. We're grateful for the opportunity that we have to serve. We ask Thy Spirit to be here with us as we make decisions, that we may do so in the best of our interests in the cities. We ask at this time that you watch over our first responders, keep them safe, watch over and protect them. We're grateful for the service that they render to this city. We're grateful for the many employees who serve the city, who continue to keep things working good and maintain our city utilities so that we continue to go forward as a city and look into the future. We're grateful for the many blessings that we have, and we ask these things in the name of Thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Will the audience please arise? Repeat the Pledge of Allegiance with me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. All right, we'll get started first with a couple of scout, maybe just one scout troop that's in the room with us today. Thank you, Mr. Nick Porter. If the leaders of the scout group could come up and let us know who you are and what you're doing, your troop with you. We'd always love to see the scouts in our meetings here.
Okay, my name's Lisa Ridge, and I am the Webelos Den leader for PAC 72. PAC 72 is chartered by the ALA Parents Group, and we are a group for kids from kindergarten through 5th grade, boys and girls. You don't have to be a student at ALA to be part of us. We're here tonight because we are working on the Building a Better World adventure pin, and we are learning about flags and flag etiquette, some history, laws, things going on in our community, issues that communities have, what community leaders are, and this is a place with a lot of community leaders in our midst tonight, with you guys elected officials and appointed officials and city employees and business people and volunteers for the sport teams and all of that. Those people are community leaders as well. So that's what we're here doing, and we're excited to learn more about our city government. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Scouts, for being here. If you'd like to come up and start shaking hands with the police chief over here and make the rounds here, we'll get you a pin as you come. It's not an official Scout pin, but it is a pretty cool Spanish Fork pin. It's got our windmill on it and stuff, so you can take that home with you and make sure to pin it somewhere. Go right there with Jordan next. Red shirt. See red shirt? Yep. Keep going. That's our city attorney. That's the side of you never want to see of the dais there.
There you go. Yeah, you did.
Keep going. Keep going that way. There you go.
Thanks for coming. Nice job. Thanks for coming, bud. Thanks for coming. Hey, thank you. Thank you for coming. Thanks for being a scout. Thank you. Thank you for being a good leader. Thank you. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you. They're already done. Great. Wow. Thank you, Scouts. We appreciate you coming and visiting us, and we sure appreciate the leaders taking time out of your lives to help young men and women learn more about their community. So we appreciate you coming. Okay, we're going to get on with the next item that's on our agenda, and these next three are pretty close to each other, but they're different as well. I told a couple of the council members that after a night like this, we might need to rename a day here in Spanish Fork or something. This is a pretty big deal. We hope it doesn't we hope it does become common, I guess, that this much success happens in a community because we've had visits from squads like what we're recognizing tonight here in Spanish Fork. And I stood by a coach the other night, a former coach who's now retired, and he had a long career in the baseball world. And I said, well, this is probably old hat to you, Whites. And he says, no, this part never gets old. He says, I've done it 5 times, but seeing you young people enjoy success was something that he said never got old. So it never gets old to us either. We're pretty geeked out about it when we get visits like this. And so to introduce you, you accomplished young people and your coaches, I've asked a longtime Spanish Forker and athletic director of Maple Mountain to come up here, introduce your coaches, as well as we don't always get to have another mayor in our midst, but Maple Mountain High School is unique in a lot of ways, but it's unique that you've got a student body from Mapleton and you've got a student body from Spanish Fork, and I know as a parent of a high schooler that goes there, it's pretty cool stuff. Got to meet a lot of people in different places, and so we certainly recognize the kinship that you feel towards Spanish Fork, towards Mapleton, because we do as well. There's a lot of projects that we're partners with Mapleton City on. And so first to come up here to the dais and maybe tell us a little bit more about you guys here, Mr. Dave Boyack and Mayor Dallas Hakes, if you guys can come up. You guys can clap for them too, they're pretty cool.
First off, do we just have volleyball in here only right now? Oh, they're all here? Okay. Rather than me introduce the coaches, I'll have the head coaches come up and introduce their assistants. But I just first want to say thank you so much for this opportunity. This is amazing. This is my first time in this building, and I should have come sooner, but this is so beautiful. I wanted to mention that 2 of our coaches, Angie and Amanda. Is Amanda here? Okay. I think but did you guys tell me that your husbands did most of the woodwork in here? Is that correct? Or Amanda's, okay. Okay, so yeah, we have a pretty good connection with the building of this facility, and it's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Where's the elevator, though? I'm really old.
It's right out there. It's right out there.
So anyway, thank you so much. I appreciate Spanish Fork City, and we really appreciate Mapleton City. One of the cool things these kids get to do, obviously, is ride the fire trucks. The public safety people have done an amazing job from both communities, Nick Kilpack and where's Nick? Glasgow, and Nick Porter and Tyler Jacobson were just on it, just like that, giving me a call and say, hey, we're ready for you. The Mapleton City people really jumped in on this after the volleyball one the other night. Kids, I think you had a really great experience on the fire truck. Glad nobody fell off. That's good. So good work, and thank you so much. Dallas, say some words, and we'll get the head coach up.
Now, we have it in a row. It's in the row that we're going to recognize as well is in the row that these championships were won. So you guys probably remember those in a timeline fashion, right? Yeah.
So go ahead first, and then we'll have Brett. Okay, Brett Andrus, come on up, head coach of the boys cross-country team.
Hi, thanks for having us again. My name is Brett Andrus. I have with me over here Jenna Rotinsky, who's our head women's coach, her sister-in-law, Rachel Mortensen, who assists, another assistant, Ian McBride, first year with us, that are our coaches. We've had a great year and are really happy with just the success of all the kids. Our JV teams both won region. Our girls team took second at state as well, and then our first boys championship as a school. So thank you very much for having us, and congratulations to our volleyball and soccer teams as well. We always tell our kids, however high you climb in life, the view's always better when there's people there to share it with. So congrats to those teams too.
Thank you, Coach. Thank you.
Okay, I've been told to introduce him by name, so Abram Sumption, if you'll step forward right here. Abram led us 5th place at state meet individually. Clay Tishner next to him. Caleb Wolford, Tyler Phelps, Max Ulrich, Aiden Cope, and Connor Allen. Raise your hands, guys, step forward a little bit.
Hey, we want you all to come up here with your coaches,
Come on.
and we're going to get a picture. We're going to get a picture one at a time, and then it's going to be I don't know if we have a camera big enough for the final photo, but you guys at one
Yeah,
time,
come
if
on
that's
up.
all right. Yeah. These guys look fast. Holy cow, they look fast. Yep.
Hey, let's do 2 rows if we can.
Okay.
2 rows. Up front. There we go.
Okay. We in there? All right.
All right, so y'all see me? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
There you go, guys. There you go, guys. Thank you, Coach. Tell us how fast you were. It's timed in cross country. How far did you beat the next team by? What was the time?
So it's a 5K race, 3.1 miles, and we won by 10 points. The top 5 runners on the team score. Their total point score is what it is counted at, so the lowest score wins. The great thing about these guys is they were beaten by the Viewmont team both times this year, and so we went in as underdogs, but they followed the race plan, took a few chances, and pulled off a 10-point victory.
So business. Where do you run the state champion
But
race
Rose
at?
Park in Salt Lake.
Cool.
So,
All right.
thanks.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, soccer team also won the state title. Where's Cliff? Come on up.
Well, hey, thank you
Coach.
guys for having us here today. So, yeah, we went, it was an amazing year. The girls came together. They played hard, and they played for each other, which is something that, as coaches, you always hope and dream for. And these guys really did a good job of that this year. So we started the season with 2 wins and 5 losses, and we ended the season with 12 wins and 1 loss. So we did a pretty good turnaround partway through the season when it started to click and it started to come together. And so we've got a lot of them here with us today. Only one of the assistant coaches was able to make it, so Anna Francis. So, but yeah, she's here with us. And Anna was actually on the first Maple Mountain soccer team that won state back in 2017. She was a junior that year, so now she's our lucky charm for winning state. So, but yeah, so yeah. Well, unless you guys have any questions, or
questions
anything,
for
we'll,
Coach on soccer?
No?
Anybody?
We were the underdog in every single state game except our first home game. And our second state game, we were at Timpview with 10 minutes left. We were down by 2, and we tied it up, won it in overtime, and never looked back from there. Went on to win them. So
Where and what score?
we won it in a penalty kick shootout, so it was 1-1. And it was at Real Salt Lake's home field, so the stadium. That's after we made our final PK to win it. So
awesome.
You can see they were a little bit happy. So
we were up on the sidelines of the Maple Mountain football game that night, and Coach Boyack up there, Mr. Other Boyack, said, "Hey, be on the chain gang with me and help measure these out." And I said, "I don't know if I know how to count 10 yards, Coach," but he let me be on there. And he's kept checking his phone like all the time. The game's going on. He's checking his phone, like trying to figure out what was going on with you girls. But oh my gosh, when you guys rolled in and the game was over there, and a lot of people still there.
It was amazing the support field that the community lent to us. So
They announced it at the football game, and then the fans erupted once they announced the girls won. So it's pretty cool because everybody was anticipating.
Yeah.
The coaches, you could see everybody on the sideline. All the football players were clapping, and I'm sure that the team was wondering what the heck was going on. It's pretty cool. Like, they didn't score a touchdown. What are they cheering for?
That's
So
awesome.
we were grateful.
Just adding to that, so Hannah Bailey is in my ward, and she's on the soccer team. It happened to be the last penalty kick. And we're standing in line at Lagoon watching it on our phones. And I have 3 kids, 3 8-year-olds who love Hannah. And they are jumping up and down, screaming at Frightmares. And everyone's like, what is going on here? But it was exciting.
That's cool.
It was a really cool experience. So, yeah. So
Please bring up your, yes, let us know of your players. Yep. Come on up, girls.
We've got a few of them here tonight. So yeah, we've. If you guys would just step right up here.
Right up here.
So,
Yep.
Get a picture. Yeah.
We might do 3 rows, yeah. Shoot. Hey, don't tell Seth I'm moving the podium.
Moving.
You had a job when this started.
Right.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. One more. 2, 3. Thank you.
Hey, is there a photo of you running onto the field as well?
Yeah, somewhere. So this is my daughter. So as we're running out there, I'm running backwards, and she ran into the.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Well, we now have the latest state champions in the room as of, 3 days ago? It was on Saturday. And the coach is Adam Longmore. Adam, if you want to come up and introduce your coaches.
We're just honored to be here tonight. I've got 3 of my 5 assistant coaches with me here tonight: Angie Workman, Amanda Polson, and Valerie Dennison. They've been great all year. We've got 2 others that aren't able to be here tonight, Sarah Balboa and Paige Cullum, and they've just been fantastic. This was my 3rd year at the school. I think the timing for me coming back was really just critical, and just I've just felt it's been an honor for me to coach at the school and to coach these kids, and a lot of these kids, they've all just worked super hard. So me and my family moved back to Mapleton in 2020, right before COVID hit, and I actually went and watched 1 Maple Mountain game that season, and it was Spanish Fork at Maple Mountain High School, and Spanish Fork beat us. But I remember looking at these kids, and there was a lot of younger kids on that team, and I just knew that there was some potential there. Long story short, I take the position, and 3 years later, this great experience happened for us on Saturday. For me, I think it's I've coached volleyball for 20 seasons now, and And some seasons are just better than others, and maybe magical is the right term. It was just a magical season. I think it's this group here it's a once-in-a-lifetime group of kids. And so I'm just super proud of all of them for what they've been able to do.
Come on up, girls. Now tell us really quick, I know that's a long season, and here we are watching the last few games and everything else, but my gosh, who did you play in that final game?
So Bountiful, the same team, the same school that soccer got to play in the final.
Okay, so it was Bountiful. So we took care of Bountiful in a couple of sports this year from Maple Mountain.
Back when they were trying to figure out a mascot for their school, because they were the Braves, and apparently that's right. PC, not good. So I suggested the Cowards, but they didn't like that either. So but we're just happy to beat the same team Sauk was able to win. So.
Congratulations, girls. That's awesome.
Yep. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. You guys are not centered. One more. 1, 2, 3. No, I can adjust. We're good. Congratulations.
Congrats, girls.
Thank you.
Mayor and Spanish Fork City Council and staff, we appreciate you allowing us to be in here and not stone us on our way in, and hopefully won't stone us on the way out. We head back to Mapleton. It's great that we have such a great working relationship and be able to do these things. And at the end of the day, it's all about these kids in here. It's not about anybody else but them. And you can see we got these parents that are here to support these kids. Unbelievable. And I got the lucky opportunity, like soccer coach, that my daughter plays on the volleyball team, and got to be there and watch. And there's a quote that I like that I think is important. And it says, "Everyone must choose one of two pains, the pain of discipline or the pain of regret." And I can speak on behalf of the volleyball team for sure, as I've missed maybe one match or two matches because of other kids' sports, but I was able to sit and watch them and see how much they practice, how much heart they put in. I'm sure cross country and soccer did the exact same thing. And the amount of effort that they put in, and when you're dealing with boys sports, it's one thing for them to get emotional. When you're dealing with girls sports, it's a whole nother thing, as you know. And so they've done a great job of working together and being a close, tight-knit group. Kind of like Coach said, it was I'm not sure you can put another team together like this that had this kind of depth and this kind of ability to be long-lasting, and know how to win together and show that on the court time after time after time again. We were I got to go to Vegas with them on a tournament that they invited high schools all over the country to come to. And I mean, it was awesome to see them compete with all these schools all over the country. I think we only lost one match there. And that was an intense match, going back and forth. So they're awesome. The cross country, the soccer team, they're to be involved with the youth is there's nothing better. It's really cool. And I know that each one of these kids don't have any regrets. They put up with the pain and the discipline, the pain of being disciplined, and so they get to live with no regrets. It's pretty stinking cool. And for some reason, I get to come and kind of be part of it, right now. And appreciate you, Mayor, for having us come. And thanks a lot. And we hope we can see you again next year, same time.
Yeah, same time, same place. Thanks, Mayor. I appreciate it. We've kind of got a tradition going when some youth do some really cool things in our city, and it's probably a little bit more selfish than anything, because some of your names or autographs or something, you all become famous in the future, and now we got your names on pictures. And so Mayor Hakes would like to present you with one too, but we've got your pictures printed out, and thank you for coming and getting your signatures on that. These will be hanging in the mayor's office here in Spanish Fork, and I know Mayor Hakes will keep those proudly in his as well. And so we can't thank you enough for representing your school, representing student body. Every time, and Mayor Hicks knows this, but when we get a chance, and just like you coaches, to see the success of youth that put in the hard work that you do, you're teaching yourself life lessons that you don't even know are going to come back up and help you through the rest of the bright futures you have. And so we're honored that you're a part of a community, a part of two communities here that are held up in the state as good places to live with good people in them. And now we've got state champions all in the same year to be proud of too. So can't thank you enough. Thank you for your hard work, your dedication, and showing up and showing off your talent. And we'll be proud of you for years and years to come. So thank you again. Anybody else?
We're going to try and get everybody in a single photo.
Oh yes, yeah. Before we all leave, yes, if we could have teams try to stay together, and well, I guess we'll know where the boys fit in. They're cross country, but everybody get around here. We'll try to get one big picture. This is something that we don't get to see very often, so this is a big one. Nick, good luck. Come on up, guys, again.
I need to put in a request for an iPhone 15.
Should we have some come up here?
We need to zoom out.
Yeah.
Let's have some come up here.
You want to borrow one?
Come up on the sides if you need to.
Some of you guys, yeah.
That's not gonna. I'm just gonna break something here.
No, I'm just.
You want to put the volleyball team up
Yeah, let's
here on
have,
this side? So the whole volleyball team, come stand on this side.
Well, we just got all the boys cross country.
Then cross country on that side.
All right.
And then soccer.
Soccer in the middle. There you go, girls.
You're a photographer?
Nice slide, Claire, and
I watched Pete do a couple of things now and then. So. Everybody slide in.
Dallas.
Okay, come on. Get closer.
Dallas.
Middle blockers can go behind the council here.
Seth, we need to all come your way a little bit. We got a lot of volleyball players.
turn sideways a little bit.
That's work. It's not my best side.
Don't try this at home.
I'll try. I'll spin down.
Oh my goodness.
All right, parents, come on up and make a circle, and we'll get all these close to the same time. There you go. Okay, here we go, and then just hold that smile as long as you can. 1, 2, 3. And they're all clicking. You can't hear them, but it's happening. Okay, one more. 1, 2, 3.
Have a better place in the world to be right here.
Panorama mode.
Thank you.
Congrats, everybody. Only 3/4.
Yeah, take them out.
Get the stones. Get the stones. Kumbaya's over.
That's right.
Dave. Thank you.
Thanks,
Hey,
Coach.
Mayor Higgs, Mayor Mendenhall, one more thing. Girls soccer had one more thing to give you and present.
Yes. Thank you so much.
That's so cool.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you're not taking that one.
Yeah, I'm taking this one. Jagger's not getting it either. That's going in the office.
So I don't know if this is a coincidence or not, but every time you all get to ride the fire engine or watch it, I am in another state. Every single time.
You're the good luck charm.
So I just need to stay away.
Stay away.
I was going to ask you, Shane, how many state championships have you won?
You don't want to know.
Yes, we do.
I don't remember. It's been a long time.
He lost count.
Lost count. One.
88.
Hey, that's more than most.
I think there's one more thing from the volleyball team.
Oh, is there?
Stand by.
I hope it's a ball.
That's got to be a proud moment.
Oh, gosh.
All worth it now. That's awesome. It's good to see you, Vicki.
They did.
These officers
It's
thought.
going to be a tough act to follow.
Tough act.
Yeah, there's no way to follow that, no.
Yep, tough act to follow.
Three, a school have three like that, first place. That's not, that don't happen.
Hardly ever. Not hardly ever. Yeah. Oh, yes. To build some shelves in the office of the mayor if this keeps going.
And trophy cases. Yep.
So while they're winding down, I would have to say, now that they're all gone, I'll let this happen. Thanks, Coach. You know, we celebrate the 100 or so folks that were in here tonight. There are 1,000 other student athletes out there, right, that don't get to come here, and all of them are learning the same lessons. And it's cool to see this, but just to think about all the other people that are, supporting them and playing sports and doing the same stuff it's a good lesson whether you win or whether you lose. It happens if you win, you get to come to a city council meeting, which probably is losing at the same time. But there are no better memories than even those losses that, I can still remember the last baseball game I played in high school, and it was a loss. There's tons of wins, but the losses sort of sit with you, and you learn a lot from that. But tonight's an amazing night to see that many people. But there's just so many other folks out there working just as hard as the mayor said that don't get to come here tonight. So hopefully they take that back and share this moment with those as well. So it's cool.
Good stuff, good kids. And I know just from this high school, I was told a couple of different teams that took second place, right, in the state tournament. So, I mean, what a year for Maple Mountain to have three on top right here and a couple close seconds. So just very cool and honored to have him here. But, yeah, good words said. Awesome. Anything else on that? That's a tough act to follow, but we're going to try to do it with Chief Johnson introducing to us a couple of new officers to be sworn in tonight.
Exactly. It's always a privilege for me to introduce our new officers. It's a privilege when these individuals want to protect our citizens, protect our city, and they've been with us for about 6 weeks now, two outstanding individuals. So I'd like Officer Miller and Officer Pimentel to come forward, please. So Justin Miller, he's 4 years law enforcement experience. He came to us from Santaquin Police Department. And prior to that, he worked for the Salem City Police Department. And then Richard Pimentel, who goes by Alex, I just found out last week. He worked for FedEx, but he delivered through Spanish Fork for approximately 6 years. He's very familiar with the community, loves the citizens, and he thought that Spanish Fork would be an excellent fit for him, and we agree that that is the fact. So Richard graduated the police academy at the end of April, correct? And they're both doing an excellent job, very professional. I know last week Tyler Jacobson met Justin Miller when he stopped him and didn't write him a ticket, and Tyler thought he was very professional. So.
Yeah, right after council meeting, actually. Every 2 weeks, Justin and I have an appointment. And so he was just pulling me over, I think, to say, no, I should have stopped at the red light. I've stopped every time since, Justin. So.
Well, sorry, Tyler. I hope I didn't embarrass you. So.
No, you're totally fine.
You totally meant to embarrass him. What are you talking about?
We've all been there.
And we all appreciate it.
Okay, so So, Mr. Mayor, I will turn the time over to you, and if you'd like to administer the oath of office to Officer Miller and Pimentel.
Perfect. Mr. Officer Miller, we'll go with you first. Is there any family with you that you want to stand up here? Okay, perfect. We'll do you first. No pressure. With the right angle.
Did you get your best side? Is that what?
My best side is best side.
Kind of got to talk into this.
Kind of got to get somewhat close to this. Okay. You've done this before, right? Not this one. Not in front of city council, yeah. And not in front of the city council? All right. This is the first time for it. Raise your right arm. I state your name.
I, Justin Miller,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will to the best
that I will to the best
of my ability
of my ability
and with the highest level
and with the highest level
of integrity serve the people of Spanish Fork City
serve the people of Spanish Fork City
and preserve, protect, and defend
the
Constitution of the United States
Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah.
and the Constitution of the State of Utah.
Congratulations.
Thanks. Welcome to the floor.
Family, you want to come up here and stand by him? It's a family affair. If there's any family, we usually invite them to stand right here by him. No? Okay. Okay, all right. Come on. We'll see who's real. It's good. His mom? My dad. Perfect. Perfect. How are you? Hi. Okay. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will, to the best of my ability, and with the highest level of integrity, serve the people of Spanish Fork City, and preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Utah. Congratulations.
Justin.
Thanks, officer. Glad to have you. You know Lowell, Officer Lowell? Yeah.
His other one.
Oh, it is? Glad to have you.
We could,
Now we're done.
we could adjourn. We could adjourn on a very high note. Welcome, officers. Thank you for your service to Spanish Fork City. Thanks for your coworkers, your colleagues being here as well. We appreciate that. That gets us up to, geez, Chief just went out in the lobby. What do we think that is, Seth? How many?
Sorry, what?
How many officers do we think we're on the force with?
42, 43, 43.
43. All right.
Yeah.
43.
Sorry, I had him distracted.
About Tyler? You're joking about Tyler's ticket, or non-ticket?
No.
Ish.
Okay.
Ish.
Yeah, when Tyler was part of it. But.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
We now have microphones to pick that stuff up. I'll watch this later.
Well, thank you. That's a good start to another good council meeting. This takes us to item 4 on the agenda, public comments. This is the time for the public to come address the mayor and city council about any item that maybe not on the public hearing portion of the agenda, but please come up and use 3 minutes, if you can keep it to 3 minutes of the time to address the mayor and council about anything you'd like to talk to us about. So if anybody's here for public comment, please come. Yes, sir. Forgot to say, state your name so Shelley can get it, make sure she get it in the record. Thank you.
My name's Jason Rawson. Thank you for your time, City Council. Mr. Marshall, I just wanted to add to some of your comments. I mean, my hat's off to those coaches. This is going to be really hard to say. I mean, 25 years ago, that was hard. 25 years ago, I really wish I could have seen the community back the kids the way that you guys just did. That makes a huge difference. I I just wanted to share a few things. My name is Jason Rawson. I'm the Business Development Specialist for Express Employment Professionals in Spanish Fork. I wanted to share some things that we're doing with the community and for the community. We just celebrated 4 years in business. We are locally owned and operated. We have employed 1,400 people while helping families, and paid out nearly $5 million in payroll to people in the community. We're helping good people find great jobs with better companies. And I'm just here to let you know we're here to help. We're here to be a part of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming. Anyone else? Okay, if not, we'll move to council comments, and we'll start on this end with Councilman Cardin and roll to this side, if that's all right.
All right, thank you, Mayor. First, I just want to say, this at the end of this week, we get the great opportunity to honor our veterans, and so please express to those veterans that you know in your life how appreciative we are of them. We started this meeting with a prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance, and because of our veterans, we get to do that. And so I'm grateful for all those that serve in our community or have served and continue to serve. So I just wanted to share that as we head into this Veterans Day weekend. Before I kind of continue with my comments, I'm going to turn some time over to Kathleen because she has a few things to cover.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for the time. I actually have fewer things than usual. I just want to shout out, I'm probably forgetting something, but new networking this month is going to be held in Salem at the community center there on November 16th. Chamber members, all chamber memberships are now going to include business consulting as part of their membership. So we're going to be having a kickoff event for that. Barry K. Phillips is a business advisor. He's worked for Dell, HP, really turned around some of their processes within those bigger companies. And now he's created his own firm and wants to help smaller businesses do the same thing. So he's going to partner with our chamber to offer those services. So November 16th is their new networking. And then we are celebrating the youth councils in both Spanish Fork and Salem for our community partners of the quarter. So we're going to be celebrating Spanish Fork Youth Council, I believe on the 9th. That's correct. So we'll be celebrating them as our community partner. And then Winter Lights Parade is going to be November 25th, the Saturday after Thanksgiving. We're going to be doing a different route this year, so we're changing things up. We're going to be starting staging in the parking lot here at City Hall. Then we're going to be routing out past the Shake Shack. Is that First North?
First South?
First South. Yeah, First South will be where it's starting, and then it'll actually go the opposite direction and end by Cal Ranch, where we used to start. So that's going to give us more space for staging and a lot more light for staging, so that way we can hopefully be organized, be safer. We're going to trial that out and see how that works. So we've had really good support from the police department and the reps on city council with that. So we're looking forward to it. Barney's with, oh my gosh.
Blake Barney with Dugout.
Dugout, yes, with the Dugout. He's got that lit up train. It's going to shoot fireballs this year. He's really excited about it, you guys. So we have special event insurance. You guys, we got a lot of good coverage.
No candy, but fireballs.
Fireballs, yeah. So, he's super stoked.
What are you looking for?
Yeah, we took out some extra insurance, so we're good. But he is going to be offering a cash prize for a photo contest during the event. So he has 3 cash prizes. First place gets $300, second place $200, and third place gets $100. He's still working with me on the details on how to enter, but he's super excited about that. So get everyone to come on down, have their cameras ready to take a photo of the lit up train with fireballs on the 25th.
Will you do us a favor as he's coordinating with you? Will you coordinate with the fire department?
Yes, I can absolutely.
Great. Last time it shot fireballs, it was engulfed in those. So that's why you're getting some snickering up here. It was a fantastic display on the lights parade as it was all lit up.
Yes.
So yeah, if you can have them coordinate with the fire. It was on fire. It was driving down Main Street on fire.
Very
And
good.
they got out of the parade route. And
Did anyone get photos though?
I'm sure Channel 17 has a great video of it. And, yeah.
Okay.
So if he doesn't appreciate me asking that, tell him just that's a requirement.
I will absolutely do that.
Kathleen, with the route change, are they still doing the tree lighting? After?
Yes, we are going to do the tree lighting afterwards, and we're going to do some special stuff with Santa to make that work. So we're going to figure it out. But yeah, we'll still be doing that. Okay, that's all I've got for you guys. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Kathleen. A couple other board meetings that I was able to attend was on the Arts Council. They are already planning for the Youth Arts Festival for next summer. So Fiesta Day starts early, Arts Festival starts early, or the Youth Arts Festival. They also have a few things coming in December, but I'll talk about those next month. Other board meeting I was able to attend was our airport board meeting. Last month, I talked about how they were able to finish that runway project. We are back to 8,000 services or takeoff and landings happening at our airport here a month. Pretty exciting stuff. And then they also were able to hold their airport board breakfast. Nick, do you have that picture? And they talked about airplane safety, and they had, I want to say, close to 150 people show up to our airport there and talking about safety in the mountains, because a lot of pilots, and I wouldn't know the difference between flying in the mountains and flying in the plains, but apparently there's a big difference and some things to consider. And so they were talking about that and how to make sure that they're staying safe. It was really cool to see that many of our pilots showing up in our community to make sure that we're staying safe. So thanks to them for what they're doing. A couple other things that I was able to do this last couple weeks is one was to go and speak with the third graders at Sierra Bonita. They just learned about community service and citizenship and what that means, and also different forms of government. I believe here we were talking about where their water goes when they flush the toilet, because that's what third graders like to talk about, or those type of things. But also they had some really intuitive questions about taxes and different things like that, and it was really fun just speaking with them and getting to know like their concerns. But really excited about the things that are going on in the community. And again, that was a really fun opportunity. And then after that, with Councilman Euler taking a little vacation, I was able to go to the senior center and speak with the folks there at their membership lunch. Their questions were much different, not about where our sewage go, but a lot more about traffic and some of the road projects that were going there. But again, our senior center has a lot of people active there. We had a full house, and they were playing piano and doing some things like that. And it was really exciting to just see the engagement that not only that our seniors have with each other, but those volunteers that come and make that happen each week and each month. So thank you to those volunteers that really show up when at all the activities, not just the ones that are the big ones here in the city. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Cardin. Councilman Euler.
Thank you, Mayor. We had our animal shelter board meeting this morning. As always, there's a huge need for adoptions. Anybody that goes down to the shelter, and I would invite each of the council members and mayor to take some time out of your own schedules, find a time that you can go down and just see firsthand what the needs are at the shelter. They've got all of their kennels pretty much doubled up right now. So their capacity, typically you put one dog in a kennel. They've cut those kennels in half, so they've got 2 dogs per kennel right now, and they're full. They had to euthanize more than 50 cats last week, which led to one of their employees leaving her position just because she couldn't handle it. A very difficult situation for those employees that have to go through that. With that being said, there is a resident who has volunteered down at the shelter for quite a while. He saw the need that they have, and he took the initiative to basically pay for the month of November. And Nick, if you got that image, I sent you. The month of November down at the animal shelter is no fee November for all dog adoptions. Typically, an adoption for a dog is around $100 to $150, which includes shots, vaccinations, whatever they need to go out the door. this resident came in and is basically covering the cost for all adoptions for the entire month of November, which also includes any microchipping, so free microchipping for animals that come in. So if you, as a family, have been considering getting a pet, especially with the holidays around the corner, you've got kids maybe that are asking Santa Claus for a pet, a new dog or a new cat, November would be a great time to go down to our shelter. Excuse me, there are quite a few, like I said, quite a few dogs right now to choose from. A lot of them that are ready to go home, super friendly. A lot of times you think all these dogs are in the shelter because they're aggressive. Yes, there are aggressive dogs, but not the majority. The majority are good, family-friendly dogs that are just looking for a home. So I would encourage anyone to go down to the shelter, see what you can do to help volunteer. They've got quite a few needs, and even if you're not wanting to adopt, you could go down and you could just help them walk dogs every now and then. That's another thing that they could use. So that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Perfect. Thank you, Councilman Euler. Councilman Argyle.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things that's going on today. The Rotary met, and each year they hand out a student dictionary to a bunch of elementary students, and we put a sticker in them. And many of the sponsors are local businesses who sponsor and pay for these books to go into these schools. And sometimes we think about why we're distributing books in this information age that we live in, but one thing that we're sitting in here is this brand new library, and when we have over 200,000 people come to this library so that they can put a book in their hand and take it home and read it, we were told by some of the Nebo District employees that they get so excited about this because it's their own dictionary. They can have it in their hand and they can take it with them when they want. So quite a little event, and it's exciting to take these to the elementary schools. Also, our Veterans Council, both are working to put a bench, and I talked with Dale Robinson today. They're working to put a bench in the park. Just came forward and said they wanted to buy a nice bench and put it, and we always need a place to sit, so they're working to do that. And I'll want to second the thing about veterans. My whole life I've been involved in my dad, my stepdad, and many of my family members have served and took those years to put their life on the line and serve our country in a way that none of us probably will ever understand. When my stepfather served in World War II as a bomber, and the one thing he said, he had a college education. He didn't want to be boots on the ground, so he volunteered to be a pilot. Years and years afterward, he didn't know if that was maybe the thing, because the many things that, as he kept a journal, and you read about some of the things that they had to do during war. And we have a war going on now, and need to be mindful of those people, what it takes when you're asked to defend your country and defend your freedoms. We need to appreciate that. I was always appreciated when he'd wear his hat, that he was a World War II vet, and when he was going out to dinner, inevitably somebody always would walk up and buy his dinner or his breakfast. So thankful for those that served. And many of them didn't talk about it during World War II, and we've had several wars after. When they talk about World War I being the war to end all wars, that didn't happen. Would have been nice if it would have, because of the many people that died. But if you have a veteran in your family, just take a minute and say thanks for their service. It's real simple, and they very much so appreciate it. And the veterans in our community are always involved in doing things. The Freedom Walk has been going on for 4 or 5 years now, and that is such a good, cool thing for those students to come and just visit with a veteran for a few minutes and listen to some of their experiences. But grateful for the veterans and have an opportunity to recognize them in the coming days. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Argyle. Councilwoman Beck.
My boards have been very calm this last couple of weeks, so I don't have anything to report.
Thank you. Councilman Marshall.
I don't know how to follow that. I'm a little confused now. I don't have a lot. Just a couple of things, I think. So, it's election season. I feel bad for y'all that are running. It's kind of a strange cycle this year. It's a little less friendly and more contentious, it seems like, this year than ever before. So good luck to you all. I hope I never have to run again. One thing that I would say to the residents out there, don't speculate. If you have a question, ask one of us. Ask a candidate, ask a current member. Don't speculate. If you have a question about what we're trying to accomplish with a road or traffic or whatever it might be, or a bid on a rec center, ask us. Don't speculate. We're glad to find the time and help answer the questions for sure. We had a resident reach out just a few weeks ago and ask us, are you ever going to approve the bid for the rec center? It got delayed. We had some issues come up, trying to work through them. Happy to answer that. It was a great dialogue back and forth. I think that they got the answer that they were looking for, and now they know, and there was no speculation needed. So I would say, don't speculate. Ask us. Don't throw it out on Facebook. I will tell you this for sure. I'm not going to debate with anyone on Facebook. It's just not worth our time, I don't think. But I would be happy to sit down and talk about whatever issue that anyone has. So please do. So I'd say that's about it for me. I am excited to see this next presentation. This is the first time that I get to sit on this side while my colleagues get to present on that side. So I'm looking forward to the I-15 discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Marshall. Thank you, I-15 folks, UDOT folks, for being here. Just really quick, I figured I'd extend the theme of Maple Mountain High School tonight. I sent to Nick a picture of some other Maple Mountain Golden Eagles in Washington, D.C. right now that had the opportunity to lay a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier. And so my nephew, Nick Mendenhall, in the back there is one of them. But the other picture showing, I think I sent you another one, Nick, that shows the front of that. Pretty cool that the announcement of a wreath-laying ceremony that goes on every day, all throughout the day, but obviously going along the theme of what's already been mentioned here of veterans and the unknown soldier, the tomb of it guarded day and night, and very cool for some of our local students to be out there, see the sights, and participate in an ordinance like that. So very, very neat and good work on all fronts, athletic fronts and academic fronts, in going and learning about your country and about service. So very cool. Thank you, council members, for all your work, all your committees. It's not easy throughout the weeks of your lives and your jobs and everything else, and getting to where you are to serve the city in different boards and committees. So appreciate your good work there. We'll get to the next item agenda tonight is going in the section 6, and we have 3 items there. The first one is the I-15 Spanish Fork interchange team, and is anybody introducing them, or are we asking you to introduce yourself? I think we're going to have Mr. Chris Thompson introduce you guys.
We are so excited about this study that's being done for a future interchange on I-15 for Spanish Fork. We believe that this will help relieve traffic on Main Street more than most anything else that can be done. And so we have Darren Bunker here with UDOT and his team from HDR. And I'll let Darren come and introduce the team and kind of present, or someone will present whatever the presentation is.
Mayor, council, city staff, thanks for allowing me to be here. If I seem nervous, it's because I'm from Bountiful. I'm kidding.
Oh, that would have been great. Boy, that would have been great.
I'm like,
wait a second.
But what a great presentation and recognizing the success of your community members. I have a few nephews and nieces at Maple Mountain. My daughter just moved to Spanish Fork, and everybody's loving it over in this area. So anyway, My team is Andrea Clayton from HDR and Naomi from UDOT and Wyatt. He's our PI guy in Region 3. So I appreciate them. They've been a wonderful team. I couldn't be talking about this without them. They've done a great job in guiding us through this environmental study. And so I want to give them kudos for the great job that they've done. Tonight we're here to talk, well, let me back up. Last time we came here and talked to you, we were just kicking off the environmental study. And at that stage, we were basically in what we call scoping. And during that phase, what we do is we actually gather ideas and get input from the community. We've gone through that. Now we've compiled all that information that we got, and we have developed what we call a purpose and need statement. And so that's what we're here to introduce tonight. Does this work? Big button. Yeah. What's that? Big button? Okay. So the term purpose and need simply means this. The purpose is basically the goal and the objectives of what we want to get out of the study, and the needs are those things that we want to solve, the problems that we want to solve, or the things we want to achieve. So this is what we came up with in terms of the purpose and need. Okay, the purpose is to improve safe and efficient access to and across I-15 for all users. Let's see here, where are we? For all users in Central Spanish Fork and surrounding communities by accommodating travel demand in 2050, the planned use and other planned transportation improvements. So that's basically the goal of the project. The needs of the project are to improve regional mobility by providing better access to I-15 for commuters in Spanish Fork and surrounding communities. A second one, to provide safe, efficient east-west connectivity across I-15 for all users in alignment with the different community plans. And we'll get into each one of these a little bit more detail coming up. And the third one is to improve local mobility by reducing congestion on Main Street. So now we'll go into each one of those individually. So the first one we'll talk about is regional mobility. Think about the interchanges that serve your community. And what we're trying to achieve here is we're trying to make it so that you have easier access to the I-15 corridor, and we also want to reduce congestion at the existing interchanges. I think this will zoom in. Currently, if we do nothing, what we're studying is what we call the 2050 no build. And let me explain that just a little bit more, because it doesn't mean that nothing else is going to happen. What we do is we take the regional transportation plan, and it has projects on it. We assume that those projects get built. As an example, the South Valley Frontrunner project, right? In our no-build situation, we're assuming that that project actually gets built. But our project, the new interchange, does not. That's what no-build means. Okay, so the things that are on the transportation plans do get built, but this project doesn't. In the no-build scenario, okay, it will take about 178 seconds for vehicles to get through the Main Street I-15 interchange. That's like singing the alphabet song 9 times. That's how long it will take you to get through that interchange. Not quite as dramatic, but still significant, is the interchange at the Benjamin exit. It will take 84 seconds to get through that interchange if we do nothing. In addition to the congestion at the interchanges, as you can see on the right-hand side of this graphic, we will have about a little over a mile backup on the ramps to get onto I-15. So this is showing that the traffic will back up coming off of I-15, getting onto Main Street, all the way from that Main Street interchange, all the way back through the US 6 off-ramp. So that's a pretty significant wait.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
From a UDOT side, what do you like that time to be? If it's 178 seconds, is that high, low? Is that right where you want it? What do you like to see there?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. Do we have?
Okay, so that's a failure at that point. Okay.
Yeah, this is failing.
One or two light cycles. You know off the top of your head how many seconds?
That's okay. But it's failing, so.
Yes, this is a failing situation in 2050. So the point of this whole slide.
Just to Jesse a little bit, the red line that goes back on I-15, far more significant than the amount of time it takes you to get through that intersection, right? You can think about, look at 4 South in Springville, that's backing onto I-15.
right. Yeah.
And how nervous that makes folks as you're driving past and having those lanes stopped. You imagine that with 3 lanes going off of our exit, stopped onto I-15.
Right.
That's significant, right?
And if you can probably imagine some areas in the valley that are experiencing this already. If you look at accidents on I-15, I'm hearing about accidents over the 5th East area in American Fork all the time. And if you kind of consider that area, it's because traffic is backing all the way on the off-ramp onto I-15. And so you've got high-speed traffic that's having to come to a really quick stop. And many times they don't. And so there's a lot of accidents and severe accidents on the freeway because of that. Okay, so this is why we chose to improve regional mobility as one of our needs. The next need is the east-west connectivity for all users. When we talk about all users, we mean all users: bicycles, wheelchairs, pedestrians, vehicles, bicyclists. We see a need to provide access across that corridor for everyone. And currently, at the existing crossovers of I-15, you have very narrow shoulders. Nobody feels comfortable going across I-15 in those locations. And so our goal is to select a project candidate that will service all users. Currently, there are about 4 miles in between the 2 existing interchanges. And in this case, we do like to see interchanges at about 2 miles apart. Okay. The need for improved connectivity across I-15 will even become more evident as the front runner station comes in and people need to access that facility. The front runner extension is not a pipe dream, as you know now. It's included in several of the different plans. It's included in the UTA's Front Runner South Extension Plan, MAG's Regional Transportation Plan, and even your own Transportation Master Plan. And so the South Valley Transit project is also going through a very similar effort that we're going through for the interchange consideration, in that they're going through an environmental process just like we are with this. Did you have a question?
Which comes first, the interchange or the front runner station? And how much does one or the other affect the location?
So we are working in conjunction with that team. And so every 2 or 3 months, we actually meet with them and we share information. So as our plans are developed and their plans are developed, we are coordinating on where that station will be. Okay. And so we'll take that into consideration. In terms of what comes first, I think one of the things that's important to understand is that currently there is no funding for the construction of either one of these projects. The only thing that's been funded for both of these projects is the environmental study. And so it would be difficult for me to say that one or the other comes first.
Okay. But your base assumption is it's in place, not necessarily the exact location, but it's in place and function as a transportation alternative.
Correct.
So without it, these numbers get worse.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, because as I mentioned, we assumed in ours that facility was built.
And they're going to assume in theirs that yours is built.
And they're assuming ours is built. So it's kind of a double-edged sword, kind of. Okay, so that kind of takes care of the second need, which is the east-west connectivity. The third need is to address local mobility. And in this case, we're talking about traffic on Main Street. As you can see here, Main Street conveys pretty heavy north-south traffic. You guys have been potentially caught in that traffic. I talked to a lot of people who have. A lot of people in your community avoid Main Street because of the situation that already exists. So you can imagine that by 2050, this is going to be exacerbated. Okay. On the left-hand side there, you can see that there are 7 intersections. The letters you see on here are what we call levels of service. And the levels of service go from basically A to F. If we're in the like C range of level of service, then it's operational. When we get to E and F, then those intersections are failing. So as you can see here, by 2050, we have 7 intersections along Main Street that will be failing. In the northbound queue on the right-hand side, you can see that orange line. People are backing up all the way from the interchange all the way back to about 3,500 feet south of Volunteer Drive. Wow. So that's a pretty big queue, right? And let's see. So currently we have done a traffic study, and there's about a 7-minute delay during peak hours going northbound. If we don't do anything by 2050, that will expand to 23 minutes of delay. So there's definitely a need there.
Darren, it is Darren, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. And this may have nothing to do with your study, and that's with the opening up of the Mount Loafer Parkway. I feel like it's going to impact. Do you guys have any idea that that's going to impact our Main Street when that starts being used by people to the south of us?
That's a good question. We can get back with you on the specific details of that. I do know that we have modeled Loafer Mountain in our traffic analysis. I just don't have the numbers on the top of my head.
Thank you.
These numbers, though, reflect that being open. So with that open and all the other improvements, these are the delays if we don't do something
still
here. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So as that is the basis, we've described our purpose and our needs. And what we're asking through this process right now, and by the way, we actually added this presentation and public outreach. We met with the stakeholder working group last night. These are extra meetings that, as a team, we determined that we wanted to provide to the community, because a lot of times the communities just get a time to participate in the scoping, and then they don't participate until the very end when we've already selected a preferred alternative. And so we added this one so that we could get your input to make sure that we have defined the purpose and the needs correctly, right? And so that you're getting what you're needing for the community. And so, let's see. So now we're going to go into what we call the screening process. The screening process is a method by which we take project concepts. And we may, there may be 6, 7, 8 different concepts that we're considering, and we filter them down to a couple of preferred concepts. Okay, and so I'm going to talk about what that screening process looks like. At the top of the funnel, we develop the preliminary concepts, and I might add, at the top of this funnel, we look at things at a very broad, high-level perspective. Okay, and you guys might have I think there's a question about, will the previous studies that you did before inform or guide this process that we're going through? And I would say it does, and it comes into play at the top of this funnel, where we're looking at very high-level concepts, and then as you go through this funnel, you get in more and more detail until you get down to the bottom, where we actually do an evaluation on the detailed alternative evaluations. Okay, we get into things like budgets and amount of land that's being taken, homes that are being demolished, all that kind of detail doesn't really happen until the very end. And so right now, we are at the top of this screening process. And so level 1 screening, we look at each one of the concepts and determine how well they meet the purpose and need that we just described. Okay? And so we'll go over each one of the needs and talk about how we're going to screen our concepts against the needs that we already identified. So for regional mobility, we are going to look at the traffic volumes at the interchanges. And our criteria for that will be, the way that we'll evaluate it is the delay times at those interchanges. From the no-build condition to a condition that will be in place if we implement that particular concept. We'll also be looking at the queue length of the vehicles at that interchange. So that's how we will evaluate at the level 1 evaluation the need for regional mobility. For east-west connectivity, we're going to look and see how the concepts meet the objectives of the different plans that are out there. For example, the MAG Regional Transportation Plan, your own transportation plan, and the objectives of the Frontrunner station. The way we'll do that is we will determine if that concept removes barriers across the I-15 corridor. If they do, they move on. If they don't, we eliminate that particular concept. And we also will be looking at how much of a distance users will have to travel out of their way in order to get across I-15. Okay? So that's how we'll evaluate the east-west connectivity. For local mobility, we're going to look at the volumes on I-15 or on Main Street. And in that case, we'll be using a traffic demand model to evaluate how a particular concept reduces and how well it reduces traffic on Main Street. Okay, and we'll also look at travel times. Okay. Once we get through this level of screening and some of those concepts are eliminated, we will move on to what we call level 2 screening. In level 2 screening, we measure the concepts against the NEPA Act. Okay, and in there specifically, we look at high-level requirements that we have to adhere to by law. Those would be Waters of the United States, Section 4F resources, and relocations. There are specific elements in the NEPA Act that if we have things that fit into these categories, it could be a potential deal breaker for a particular concept. Okay? Then, let's see here. Let me go back here, talk about this a little bit more. And so at this level, we look at these environmental resources at a very high level. We don't get into details quite yet of how much farmland we're taking, how many houses we're removing. Rather, this is a very high level evaluation of the environmental resources that we're impacting. And so this is different than the detailed evaluation that we'll get into a little bit later on in the process. During the detailed evaluation of the alternatives, we'll look at impacts to, as I said, to land use, wildlife impacts, social community resources, economics. That's where we'll get into, how much does the project cost benefits to the community, that kind of stuff. Okay, any questions to this point? Okay. Let's talk about the schedule. Last time we met with you, we were at the first stage, which was the NEPA scoping. We want to thank everybody for participating in that effort. We got some really good feedback from the community. I think we had over 80 comments during that process, which is pretty significant, actually, for this type of
environmental process. Now we're in what we call the purpose and need development. That's what we're doing right now. We're asking for kind of not necessarily an approval of the purpose and need, but input on the purpose and need to make sure we're covering what you're wanting. We'll be doing that through the winter here. Then we'll get into alternative screening probably towards the end of November and into January and February. Then we'll do the alternatives evaluation. This is where we'll go through the whole screening process that I just talked about. And then we will select a preferred alternative and publish a document in the spring, summer of next year. Okay? That document, when we publish that document, that's when there will be another opportunity for the public, a 30-day comment period, to provide input on the selection that we've made and the information that we've provided to substantiate that selection. And then we will publish a final decision towards the fall or winter of next year. Currently, we are in a additional comment period, as I mentioned before. This goes from October 23rd to November 13th. And so we're kind of in the middle of that. We wanted to come to you kind of in the middle of that so that we had time to kind of start to get information from the community before we came to you. And what we're asking for comments on is the draft purpose and need and our screening criteria, how we start to whittle down our different concepts. Okay? And then, as before, these are the different methods that you can contact us. I'm not going to go through each one of those. You'll have this information in your packet. And then just want to say thank you for allowing us to come and share this and open it up to comments or questions.
Thank you, Darren. We appreciate you coming to us and keeping us updated on such an important project for us and the community. But I think the region, Spanish Fork, is the hub of South Utah County, and it's not just our residents that are causing issues on Main Street or I-15 here, but I can't express enough the regionality importance of your study and what you're doing. But I know residents are interested in it as well. Any questions for Darren or the team?
Can you go back? I just want to see that timeline again.
I thought Chad was going to say, can you start over?
Oh, repeat that.
Thank you.
One question that comes up when we talk about this and as we talk about the process of, if we don't do anything, if we do some of these alternatives, is widening Main Street on the table. Can you talk through what's going on with that? And I know obviously we're not to that point of alternatives yet, but
yeah. So if we accept what we've presented today as a purpose and need, widening of Main Street, it fulfills one of the needs, which is increasing the capacity of Main Street.
Right.
But that fails in the other two needs, providing east-west connectivity and improving regional mobility. And so we've kind of already eliminated widening of Main Street as an alternative. Along with that, you do have a Main Street vision study that you already did. And so the implementation of that is ongoing right now, right? You're going after funding to implement all the different phases of that study. And so that, along with the other things that the staff of Spanish Fork has been doing in terms of finding alternate north-south corridors and developing those corridors, I think that's what's going to help alleviate the traffic on Main Street.
Thank you. I know some residents will be very happy to hear that.
Yeah.
Darren, we've had some residents ask about, there's already been an interchange approved on, I don't know if that's 2700 North?
Yeah, 2700
Is that accurate? Some may think that the mail that they got or the studies that are going on are going to be for that interchange. I just want people to understand and realize that that study has already done. It's already gone through this whole process, correct? And that's been approved?
That's correct. And not only has the study been done,
but we actually just opened the bids for Phase 1 construction on that this last week, and we were successful. The bid came in at 100% of the engineer's estimate. So we are moving forward
And is that in the
with that
spring?
project. Huh?
Is that expected to start in the spring?
My guess is they may even elect to start construction in January or February.
Once construction has begun, about how long till it's actually open and usable?
It will most likely be a couple years before we can get that interchange open. There's a lot of embankment that we have to bring in, both for the ramps and for the future overpass over the railroad track. And so that overburden, what we call overburden, has to have a chance to settle out so that when you actually put a structure there, you don't have settlement when the structure's there. And so basically they come in, they put a whole bunch of dirt on, and then when it comes time to construct the actual bridge structure, they take a bunch of that dirt off, kind of a weight balancing thing, and then they build the structure. So we need time for that settlement to occur.
We've had some residents that have received mail talking about the study. They're concerned about possibly losing their homes, right? When can they know for certain that their homes aren't going to be bought? They don't have to worry about that.
And we're back on the Center Street.
Yeah, the center, I guess, Spanish Fork City Center Street master plan.
Yeah. So as we talked about that schedule, that information will come when we start to get to almost the very end of this study.
Will those same homeowners receive another letter letting them know, or do they just hear through the grapevine? What's that process look like?
If there are homeowners that are impacted, or actually any property owners that are impacted, I believe we'll reach out to them at the end of the study.
So meaning the ones that have already received a letter letting them know about their homes and the potential whatever, they'll get another letter saying yes or no, you don't need to worry about your home.
Other than a right to enter. So notifying people that we were doing field survey for wetlands or historic resources, that's the only letter that this project
That's
sent
gone out.
out.
Yeah, so to clarify what they just said, when we select a footprint for this study, it's typically a lot larger than the final footprint. So there's probably a lot more landowners that got the notice than will be impacted.
And the letter, if they got something, it wasn't to notify them of a potential impact. It was to notify them of some sort of activity that may occur on their property, or a right to enter and do something there.
A wildlife
We haven't
survey.
told anybody, hey, you best move because this is coming. We have not
That's
done
correct.
that. Okay.
And that is an important thing. Because people aren't aware of this process and what it looks like, those letters tend to cause some concern. But we're not saying that we're going to be impacting their property. But we need to get out there and look at, like, waters of the U.S., wildlife impacts, those Ute Lady Trust, which is a protected flower, those types of things. And so, like I said, typically we evaluate a lot more land than what's actually going to be in the final preferred alternative. Good questions.
Do you mind
Sure.
coming up to the mic so the TV audience can hear you?
This is Naomi Keeson from UDOT. So in terms of the process by which people become aware that they could be impacted, the kind of most consistent, obvious point when that will occur is on the schedule where we say publish the environmental document. So that environmental document will identify our preferred alternatives, so essentially what UDOT would like to build, and it will also disclose what properties of private homes, businesses, et cetera, would be impacted under that. We don't necessarily notify people via individual letter at that point to say that their property is going to be impacted, so that document is really the tool by which we're informing people. Assuming that we select that preferred alternative or alternative to build, so that we go with the action alternative, the real discussion about property acquisition doesn't actually occur until the project is funded and where we have a final design, because that's the mechanism by which we know what the actual impacts will be. During the environmental process, our design is about 30%, and so it does occasionally happen that properties that are not identified as impacted could be impacted in the final design. More often what happens is that the footprint actually shrinks a little bit, and some properties that initially look to be impacted are not, or that the impacts are lesser. But nonetheless, the real point at which that conversation about property acquisition begins is when the project is funded for final design and construction, which currently is, I think, in phase 2 of the long-range plan, so it wouldn't be for several years, at least at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Just in case.
There's some air quality issues. Questions right now, just kidding.
A question on how long does this study have? What's its shelf life? And so if you finish it now, I know it can't last forever, and so there is kind of a presupposed timeline where the project would need to be funded, or the study would have to be refreshed, or something like that. Speak to that for us.
Yeah, so there's some kind of ticky-tacky legalese about needing to start a major action, but that can be defined as, say, funding a future phase. And so in order to sign this document and make a decision, we need to have some kind of future phase funded anyway, like additional design or some amount of right-of-way acquisition. So in reality, there's not really like a clock ticking. What happens on a practical level is that when the document sits for 5-10 years and nothing happens, the baseline conditions change. Buildings that weren't there are now there. Buildings that weren't historic become historic. Laws change. And so when those things happen, sometimes we need to kind of reopen the document and take another look at it to make sure that our assumptions are still valid. And so we do that through a process we call a reevaluation. Depending on what's changed, that can be a pretty straightforward, short process, or it can be a more involved process. So essentially, the more that's changed, the more involved the process will probably be.
So if the front runner station wasn't where you're assuming it is, it was somewhere else, you potentially would have to open the document back up.
Right, like if all coordination with UTA is for naught, which I like to think won't be the case, and we finish our document, and then a couple months later they're like, surprise, it's 10 miles away from where you thought it would be, then what we would do is do a reevaluation and look at how we can kind of whether or not connecting to that station would be something that would require us to really reopen the document, or if it's a minor change to the decision that we made.
I want to do just a little bit of extrapolation with something that I can't remember which one of you said, but I think the number one question that we've received, and this might have been something that Kevin was alluding to, is through the process that you've been following, and maybe with just those right-to-enter letters that have been sent out, probably the number one question that our offices have received with regard to this project is, my home is being taken, or my home, it's already decided, right? And specifically a neighborhood over here or a neighborhood over there. And we've done our best to assure them, no, you're in the study process. Chances are very, very likely that your home in this neighborhood isn't going to be affected because there's a really big road right here, and they're just studying, right? And something I think it was you, Darren, said, with the Main Street widening, you've got those three elements that you're looking at, and although widening Main Street would satisfy the element of capacity on Main Street, it fails in the other two categories, so you've likely already eliminated that. For residents that live in a neighborhood and there is 100 or 200 homes that would have to be affected in some way in order to put an interchange there versus on a center street that is 5 lanes and right-of-way has been preserved so that you can put an interchange there, is it safe to do some math in my head or on a napkin that says chances are it's not going to go through these 100 homes, but it's going to be in a place where you would expect an interchange to be? Can we make that kind of a leap yet? Can I make that kind of a leap yet? You can't yet? Give me some guidance here. I'm getting a head nod back there, sideways.
I would say you can make the leap, but we can't.
Perfect.
I think that's accurate.
Thank you.
You know, there's kind of a sense of reason through this process as well, right? But we don't get to that piece until the very end. At the stage we're at, everything's on the table.
Perfect. But one thing, and I'm not holding you to it, and I'm not going to make you shake your head up and down with what I'm saying, but one thing you said that I want every resident to hear is there's an element of reason. So don't throw reason out the window just because we're studying something. I think that's an important point, so thank you.
Right. I wonder if we could go back. There's a graphic with a funnel. I don't know if we can. Oh, sorry. Thanks, Darren. We'll make Darren really uncomfortable by staring at him as he uses the clicker. Okay. So, and I called it the clicker like I'm, 80. So on this graphic, so when we're going through the level 2 screening process, part of what we look at is those impacts that we showed. So waters of the U.S., Section 4F properties, right-of-way acquisitions. And part of that process is looking at the total impacts, but also looking at it comparatively. So if we have two alternatives that perform similarly, and one of them would take 100 homes, and the other one, but performs like amazingly, and the other one performs a little bit less well, but only would impact 5 homes, then we're going to say these perform largely the same, but the impacts of this one are much greater, so we're going to eliminate that one. So that is part of what we do in this screening process. So again, we're bureaucrats, we're not going to guarantee you anything, but that's the way the screening process works.
So I've got a UTA question. I don't know if it's pertinent to this study or not, but
directed at Shane. He's ready for it.
Shane,
no,
with the front runner station, sounds like it is a go. It's going to happen. With the studies and the meetings that you've been in with UTA, do they talk about the final? They call it the last mile, the final mile. So basically, you get a front runner station put in, but if there's not a good public transit within the community it goes in, how much does that impact the front runner station? Meaning, if we get a front runner station here in Spanish Fork or close to, will UTA also invest in better public transit within our community?
Yeah, we haven't been involved at that level of detail with that study.
Okay. So it's a question for
them next time.
We're not into it that.
What's that?
Yeah.
That should also be in the long-range plan too, though. We should be able to, if you pull up the transit long-range plan, it should show a connection to a future front runner stop out there. And I would say that it's not necessarily a go. They're going through exactly the same process this project is evaluating alternatives. Does it make sense? What's the purpose of need? I did that in the wrong order. I apologize. But so they're in the same spot at this. So I wouldn't say it's a go yes. Just like this project's not a go yes. There's still work to be done in both places. I think really important. And Darren, I appreciate how you walked through Jesse's questions about Main Street. The purpose of need is what you're all asking us to comment on with some screening alternatives or screening criteria as well. It's so critical that we get that right? Because the way Darren just walked us through that, you can eliminate an alternative that just doesn't make sense because of the way the purpose of need is structured. So I would say, do they have it correct? Are they missing anything? Do we need to add something? Are those the problems that we're experiencing in Spanish Fork today? And from my perspective, I would say you nailed them. I don't know that I would add anything. And I think that was a great question, Jesse, because we're all worried about that. And in 2 minutes, Darren eliminated a potential alternative that we're not happy with because of how that is structured. So is it right? If not, let's give him some feedback. But I'd say it is.
I think it's a lot of good information coming from it so far. More to obviously be done. I guess the words I heard a lot here, purpose and need, that comes back to my impression on this is certainly the regionality that we're dealing with here in Spanish Fork. The other words I heard were, and not to rip on the other fork, Mayor Frost will get me in MAG meeting, but American Fork, and I see see the F's up here and failure and everything. Failure is not an option for us in Spanish Fork. We're going to try to figure out how to do things. And boy, I know where people need to go, east, west, and everywhere else on that American Fork exit. But our residents are concerned about this, both our Main Street and an exit turning into that. And not just the safety factor, but the business community. We care about our Main Street. It's certainly 7 lanes completely ruins that Main Street, and so that's where you're hearing the concerns of that. But obviously the walkability of it, the feel of it, can be threatened with a lot of things if we don't get it right as well. So people come here from all over the world, really. When they land in Salt Lake City, they're coming south on I-15, and Highway 6 and I-15, it gets them to the places that are on our license plates and on our advertisements. So they're coming through our city. It's not just our residents. We're impacted by it. We have meetings constantly about our public safety and their role in helping people all the way up Highway 6 and in different places. So again, as this study wraps up and the funding part starts to, it's not going to be small numbers, we know, but I would implore the groups that look at this, how important this is, again, not just for 50,000 residents in Spanish Fork, but the communities that surround us and really the people that come to Utah to see what is here. They're coming in this area, and so help needs to happen quicker than later because the cost isn't going to go down, it's going to go up. So appreciate your promptness on this.
There was one thing about that right-of-way process that I neglected to mention that I wanted to bring up just because it's very uncomfortable, right? You get a letter, someone's coming on your property, you're like, when am I going to find out about this? So even though we don't enter into those kind of one-on-one discussions with people about acquisition until there's project funding, when the document is released, when there's a public hearing, we have people available to talk to people about that process, how it looks like, how it works. Even if people have questions about that now, we're available to have those discussions. We just can't enter into specific discussion about purchasing until after there's funding for the project. But and again, yes, definitely. Just because we've entered your property to do survey does not mean that we are going to acquire it. Although I do understand that it's very uncomfortable to kind of get this letter from the state that tells you they're coming onto your property. So, we do recognize that that's an uncomfortable thing.
Appreciate that.
To build on that, Naomi, at the end of your presentation, you show some ways to contact you. I would assume that if a particular property owner had a concern, just like that, they could reach out and say, hey, yes. Does this mean X to me?
Yes.
So again,
Please
don't speculate.
Yeah.
Call.
Yeah.
Ask you guys.
Yeah, we're here. Consultants are here. Please call us. Email us. Leave us a message. We will get back to you. We will help you with your question.
Mayor, I think to follow up on what you just said, I think you're spot on. Main Street is not just a Spanish Fork issue. It's a regional mobility issue. This isn't a silver bullet, right? You could improve the operation on Main Street by widening it. You could improve it a little bit by building a new interchange or something. It's not going to be a silver bullet. To do it and be congestion-free is, I think, that's not going to happen. And I think we need to get used to that. And if we wanted it to be congestion-free, the impacts associated with that would be so severe, it wouldn't look like Main Street anymore. So you saw the travel time was 28 minutes from one end to the next. That'll be less because of whatever project they come up with, but it won't be back to 1990 levels. So we have to have some level of expectation moving forward here, and it's not to go backwards in time on Main Street. It's a viable piece to our community. We want it to look like the way it looks today. It's central to our community. So you can destroy a community by trying to improve transportation. So I think we should keep that in mind as we move this forward, that it's not the end goal. It's not the silver bullet that it may sound in some people's minds.
And to add to that, the implementation of your vision study is not going to speed traffic up. It's not going to reduce queues through Main Street. The vision study is being implemented because of an atmosphere, the community environment that you want to achieve. And so going back to that.
Which I'll tell you, and I don't know how to describe it in the professional detail verbiage, but I don't want it to feel like American Forks Main Street. And I know we're different that way. But I think that's a failure for us. It's a failure for our business community, and it would be unacceptable for all of us here. Unacceptable.
And I think you're going to be. I think if you haven't already, you will be seeing plans for the first phase of that project shortly.
Yeah.
We wanted a place to where we could go. We want to be there, not just in our car, but on our feet.
Vibrant downtown, right?
Yep, exactly. And so Darren has dealt with a bunch of projects like this across the state, and it's just every time we want more, someone said, well, if you could do this, you could fix the traffic problem. I mean, if you tear out 25 homes and 6 businesses and whatever it might be, is it worth it? Right? And so I think this is one of those projects where we need to ask ourselves, is it worth it? And I think the way they structure the purpose and need makes it, we get to a place that makes a lot of sense. So, great job.
Thank you for your coordination with our professionals, with us, with the citizens.
And they're great. We're working with them.
November 13th is the date that this comment period is still open until.
Correct.
And so encouraging all of our residents to reach out and make their voices heard to you. And rest assured, you'll have another comment period coming up after some other studies wrap up too. So. Thank you.
Has that link on the website. So.
Is that where is it linked on our website? Can they get there from SpanishFork.org?
It was on a post at least.
Yes, and it's in the newsletter as well.
That sounded speculative. Is it there?
It's there.
Okay.
I can make it a little easier to find tomorrow.
He's going to put it in the front now, and he's going to highlight the 13th of November because it's coming up. And
we have another post, social media post as well, which shows up on the front page of the website. For later this week, and it's in the newsletter. Perfect.
Is there anything we can do for you guys?
Well, I wanted to mention one other project that is going to impact your community in terms of this regional mobility, and that's the US 6 project. We had a little bit of a rough time. The first time around, we only had 2 bidders. It came in at about 130% of the engineer's estimate. We made some tweaks to the scope of that project. We combined it with a pavement preservation project all the way from I-15 out to the mouth of the canyon. And just last week, we also got a good bid on that at 96% of the engineer's estimate. So you can anticipate that project beginning to go into construction in the springtime as well.
For people at home that haven't heard about that project, do you want to give just a quick summary of what that will look like?
Sure. So at both the Expressway Lane and the Canyon Creek intersections, we're going to be adding a second left-hand turn lane on all 4 quadrants of the intersection. So no matter which direction you're going, there will be 2 left-hand turn lanes that you'll be able to get into. And so that will help alleviate the traffic that's coming off of I-15 and trying to turn left and go into the Lowe's, the hospital area. There will be 2 left-hand turn lanes there instead of the 1 today. Because there's 1 today, that traffic is actually backing out onto mainline US 6 and preventing the through traffic from getting through. So our anticipation is that by adding that second left-hand turn lane that we'll be able to get the traffic through there. But it will be a painful process, there's no doubt. Okay?
I was just envisioning that.
Yeah, it's going to be very painful. We've got a concrete pavement at the intersection of Expressway Lane, and all of that concrete is failing. We've had several complaints about that just over the last couple of weeks. The asphalt pavement is shoving and creating kind of almost a jump coming down the hill going westbound. And so we're trying to address that, but we will have to remove all that concrete pavement in there. So it's going to get tight and very painful. So it would be helpful if you could do some outreach for us and just make the citizens aware that that project is coming next year. And if they can avoid US 6 in that area at all, to find an alternative route.
Statewide project. Let everybody know not to use Highway 6.
Yeah.
Go down to Nephi.
Statewide. And we will be doing, we will have a pretty significant PI outreach because of this. We'll have, detours that will suggest that the people coming out of the canyon to detour them and
go a different way other than coming right down to I-15. So
You wouldn't be doing both intersections at the same time, would you?
we will be.
Okay.
And will it be done in one construction season?
Yes,
The whole construction season, or just
the whole construction season. So we're looking at probably from February till December of next year.
No way. You need to hire
It'll be
extra
long
people
because
and get that done.
there's a lot of utilities and things in there that have to.
It won't be that impactful from day one to day 300, but it will be under construction.
Sure does sound like it, though.
I was thinking like May to August.
They need a pretty long time.
Wow.
So if you want to go east-west, get on, what is that, 4th North?
I hope you appreciate me taking a little bit more of your time.
I appreciate that. Hey, Darren, I had heard that, what's that, westbound down the hill, we're picking up a third lane to go through the intersection. Is that? Yes or no?
That is correct.
That's correct.
There will be that. In addition, we're going to add a third lane going eastbound up the hill so that the trucks can get into that lane and cars can pass those trucks. Because a lot of times they'll come to a stop, depending on the light cycle.
Yep.
And so we've added a climbing lane going eastbound out of that intersection.
And that will also all be done next summer?
Yeah.
See?
Are you guys the
better
ones
and better and better.
You guys the ones to talk to with budget at this time to get a pedestrian bridge at Center Street and Highway 6?
Let's talk about it.
Stacy,
Thank you.
Yes.
get off at Springville and come to my road and go up right over to your house. You'll miss Highway 6.
I'll go down to the Benjamin Parkway.
Spanish Fork Parkway.
Yeah.
Opened up.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Darren. Thanks
a
everybody.
lot.
Appreciate it.
that. It's a big deal for the community, big deal, again, for the region. And residents, make your voice heard. They want to hear from you. We want to hear from you. And the 13th is the next deadline of this section of the study. So thanks again. Appreciate all your help and coordination. Okay, that moves us to item B in the Spanish Fork 101 segment, our own city recorder, Tara Silver.
We're cruising today.
Yes, we're cruising. Yep. We've got general election.
Still in 101.
As you know, today normally would have been the general election, and so we had some confused residents today. Quite a few ballots were put in, which is always a good thing. Get those in early.
It's good to confuse them to
yeah, so that
okay.
Yes, and if you came in today, make sure you come back on the 21st or mail in your ballot. So most of the people who came in today wanted to vote in person, so I let them know they could go and early vote. So I'm going to show you some dates just because it will help with those who are confused. And if you didn't know that this normally was election day, you still have 2 weeks to get your ballot in. So it's good for everybody. Nick, would you hit the next button? Should I? Okay. All right, perfect. So like we said, the general election will be November 21st. So on here, the 13th is the last day that you can register online. That doesn't mean it's the last day you can register. You can still register in person during early voting. So that would be the 13th through the 20th. And then you can also register the day of the election. So don't let that stop you. Get in and vote. Also, you can see that there's early voting, and then, of course, the election day is Tuesday. If you're going to mail in your ballot, it's very important that you know it has to be postmarked the day before. So that has to be November 20th if you're sending in your mail-in ballot. So if you're confused or unsure, just come put it in the ballot box. That way, it gets counted. The other thing I wanted to point out is I wanted you to get to know the candidates. So one of the ways that you can get to know the candidates, I get quite a few calls. They want to know where that information is. This is going to show you the different places that you can find that information. Obviously, you can find it on the Spanish Fork website. You can find it on YouTube. There are 3 Meet the Candidate nights for Spanish Fork City, if you'd like to watch those.
2.
There's 3. So there's the 2 that the Chamber did, and then the one that the Rotary Club did. Yeah. So you can access those from our website as well, but get out and get to know the candidates. Also, on our website, we have all of the information you would need, websites for each candidate, their phone numbers, their email. So reach out to them. Reach out to each one and let them know what your concerns are, or just ask them some questions. The next thing I wanted to point out is that last primary, so just last September, we had 111 votes that did not count. And here's the reason why. 20 of them were returned unsigned. That seems like it would be a no-brainer, but obviously some people may be in a hurry, forgot to do that. So I point that out again. Make sure to sign your ballot. You have to sign it for it to be able to count. I don't know if some people thought that the instructions right there say if we want to get a hold of you, we want you to put your information in. The signature is required. So make sure and put that signature on there. And then also we had 50 that were signature discrepancies. That means the signature did not match what the county had. The county uses 5 different types of your signature to do that. So most of the time I'm told from the county these are missionaries or people who are overseas and someone else, a parent, usually sends in their ballot. So if you need your missionary to vote, don't vote for them. We can send them a ballot, and they're happy to send them a ballot, and they can send that in themselves. And then we had 41 that missed the deadline. That's just sad to me, right? They wanted to vote, they had it already, and they just missed the deadline. Most of those are that they mailed it in on Election Day, and it didn't get that November 20th postmark. So just some things to count a couple more votes. Just keep track of those things, just to be aware of those. And then I wanted to make everybody aware where they could go and vote. We have an election center or a vote center at the Spanish Fork Senior Center. So if you need that address, you can call us at the city. We'd be happy to give that to you if you don't know where it is. But the address is also here as well. And they have moved the drop box. It is now behind the library. So you can see right here, there's Library Hall, there's Main Street and 100 South, and there's an arrow right there for the drop box. Just be aware that that's also the library drop boxes. It's also the mailbox drop boxes. So make sure you know which box you're putting it in. I do check the other boxes to make sure, and if they do, then we document and we take those ballots and we put them in the ballot box. So we try to do everything we can. The night of the election, I go and check at 8 o'clock and check those ballot boxes, make sure that nothing's in the library drop box, and the post office, if it went in there, there's nothing I can do, but we try to make everybody's vote count if we can.
Was there a couple in there? Was there
Yes,
ballots?
yes. So a couple, not as many as I thought, but there was probably about 4 in the library drop boxes. So
Get into the one that says vote on
yes,
the side of it.
yes. And then a great resource is here at SpanishFork.org. You can see that I've put a rectangle around election information. You will just click on that and it will take you right to the election page. That's where you're going to see all the candidate information. You're also going to see the Meet the Candidates, where you can click right there and you can watch those. And you'll also be directed to the state site where you can see the candidate profiles. And then also, on election day, they will do updates, and we will have an update on SpanishFork.org, and they will also have an update on the Utah County site. So I just wanted to point that out. Just be aware these are preliminary results. We have to wait for all those mail-in votes to come get in and to be counted, and so it takes 2 weeks for that canvas to actually happen. So anything you see until December 4th will be a preliminary number. And then I just wanted to let you know that final results will be December 5th here in City Council meeting. We'll have a canvas. You will sign off on those numbers, and those that have gained the victory will be presented to you, and you will sign off on that. Any questions that you guys have?
I don't think we're meeting that night, are we? Or did we decide to?
The 5th, you told us a couple of weeks ago that you wanted to. You
are
have
meeting
to
the
anyway.
5th.
Yeah.
So you have to meet.
I've missed a third of these meetings, and I knew that we were meeting.
Oh, boy.
So that's a law, I mean, that's a meeting we have to meet by to canvass. I think the question we asked was, do we want to have the full meeting that night? The mayor and a few of
Yeah.
us will be away. And at least the direction we got was
Direct.
meet, do the canvas, and then
And
still
that's
have a
all we'll
meeting.
be doing on the 5th?
Still, yeah, and then still have a meeting on the 12th.
Okay.
Tara, you mentioned something that I think is critical for people to understand. With the primary, you could drop your ballot the night of the election, and I think that's because
of the holiday.
Because of the Labor Day holiday that was the Monday before. Typically, the state law says it has to be mailed the Monday.
Postmarked.
Yeah, thank you. Postmarked
Yeah.
that Monday before. That is in place again with this election. So if you're going to mail it, as you said a couple of times, Monday, somebody's going to say, well, on the primary, I mailed it on Tuesday, and that is true. But that won't be allowed for this general election. And it's typically not allowed with any election.
Right.
It's the day before. So we're back on normal, if you will, for this general election. Postmarked Monday, Dropbox or vote center on Tuesday.
Yes, and just if you want to save the taxpayers money, mailing it costs the taxpayers money, just so you know, so drop it in a Dropbox. It just saves a little bit more for the taxpayers. So in doubt, just go put it in the Dropbox.
Go ahead.
If I'm not mistaken, the newsletter, which goes to every resident or home in the city, has a section that talks about the elections, correct?
Yes,
And
yes.
so everybody should have at least gotten some communication from the city about the upcoming elections, which could point them to the city's website where they could get more information like you just showed.
For sure. And we've also put it on our Facebook page, our social media page, and then we've also done some public noticing, which is required by the law. But it's hard to reach the public. There's not a great way. Once they did away with newspapers and people went to all different types of media, it's hard to get everybody in the same place. So we try to reach out on multiple platforms, try to get the word out as best we can. Call if you have any questions or concerns or you are confused. We'd be happy to answer those.
Part of the questions I've got is, why did you change the election date in Spanish Fork? And maybe just reemphasize, we didn't change the election date. It was changed for us. We don't
Yes,
have control over that.
absolutely. So earlier this year, Chris Stewart resigned for his wife's health reasons, and so there was a vacancy. And so that Utah didn't have someone who didn't represent us, they wanted to push that through and make sure that we got somebody elected and we had representation. So in order to do that, the declaration period had already passed, and so they wanted to be able to have declaration for that. And so even though it didn't affect Spanish Fork, the governor did put out a proclamation and change it for the whole state.
We were looking at an alternative of having the vote in December, which would have been even worse, right? Longer election seasons, less turnaround from when they would take office, both on just on the municipal side. I don't know when the Congressional District 2 will take office. I imagine that'll be fairly soon after the election, right? But we were looking at a December election date, so we are very grateful that the governor and the legislature worked with cities to compromise and put together the timing that we have.
And just be aware, it does seem like a bad timing in the fact that it is Thanksgiving week. So go ahead and fill out your ballot now, take care of that, and then you don't have to worry about it. And then the last thing I wanted to say was, last primary we had 24% of the people vote. And I don't know about you, but I don't know if we ever should have people put in office with 24% of the residents. Obviously that's going to happen, and the people who come out, that's great. If we get 24%, we're happy they came. It just would be great if that number was higher.
Tara, is that 24% of residents or 24% of registered voters?
That is registered voters.
And do we know what percentage of residents are registered voters?
I don't, but I will find out.
Yes.
Oh, it's about 18,000 versus 47 or 8,000.
It's about 18,000 registered voters in Spanish Fork.
You got a bunch of kids.
Yeah.
We like to have kids, so that's why we're 48 or 50,000 people, and they don't get to vote, or else Jagger would vote for whoever give them ice cream.
If you do have a 16 or 17-year-old, they can register to vote now. They won't be able to vote, but it will automatically go in effect when they turn 18. So that's something to think about as well.
Thanks for all your work on this, Tara.
Yeah,
You've
of
been
course.
busy.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect. Vote. It goes along with what we've already talked about with honoring veterans. That's what they've fought for. Vote. It's your right. It's your duty. And get it done. It's close to Thanksgiving, so you can argue with your family members about that during Thanksgiving. It'll be a fun exercise. So, thank you, Tara. Really appreciate your help there. Okay, last item in 101 is presentation of the new mission statement. This is a pretty good thing as well. Mr. Nate Reed will tell us more about this.
Just to be clear, this is Nate, the Great.
Yep.
Yes, I will tell you more about it. Thanks for having me tonight. I'm excited to present the mission statement. So this has been a project that we've been working on for 2 years, creating the mission statement for Spanish Fork City. One question that might come up immediately is this mission statement going to replace the Pride and Progress, our tagline? And the answer is no. But the mission statement ideally will help us to continue to have pride in our city and to progress as a city. So we'll answer that question right away. So all of the staff has already seen this mission statement. You as elected officials have seen it. But the question can be raised, why would we then present it to the world? And the answer to that is it changes the way that residents view staff and the expectations that they might have of the city. So, for example, when I see Amazon, when they email me something, it always says, we're trying to be the world's most customer-centric company, right? And that changes the way that I interact with Amazon. I expect them to put me first as a customer because that's their mission. And so this reveal is for the world to help them know what to expect of us as staff and us as a city. So with that being said, we're going to watch a video that will reveal this mission statement. And after the video, I want to preface this with, we're going to ask you as elected officials what thoughts you have about maybe some of the values in the statement or how the statement relates to Spanish Fork in your experience. So be prepared for that. So.
Several years ago, we began discussing the need to create a mission statement for the city, something that could further unite us as employees.
We felt like having a mission statement would give us a stronger sense of purpose and help us know where to direct our efforts. In creating the mission statement, we made sure to do 3 things. 1, define why we as a city exist and make sure the statement is unique to Spanish Fork City. 2, incorporate our identified values of excellence, unity, innovation, and service. 3, create a statement that can guide decisions for each of our employees.
As we unveil this mission statement, we thank all that participated in this effort to evaluate our past history, our current position, and look into the future. And with that, here is our mission statement.
We strive to build
and maintain a vibrant city through personable community interactions and innovative local government services.
At SFCN, we live and breathe innovation. We lead the way in city-owned fiber networks, and we're the fastest and most reliable option in town.
Innovation, oh yeah, the police department embraces new technology. We were an early adopter of the Opticom, which synchronizes our emergency vehicles with the traffic signal systems, less slowdowns and accidents.
We wrote the book on innovation. With the opening of the new library, we moved light years into technology. With RFID check-ins and outs and an automatic book sorter, we process and sort over 1,500 books a day.
Innovation isn't always about technology. It's also about thinking creatively in our operations. The city-county partnership we have at our fairgrounds is a great example of doing better and caring for our facilities and having more events year-round. This has put our fairgrounds on the national map.
But we do like technology too. Our city parks crews use a GPS-guided robot to paint lines on fields, saving countless hours and making some of the best-looking fields around.
15 years ago, the city began an innovative road maintenance plan called Best First. This unique approach has saved millions of dollars and allows the city to have some of the best roads in the state.
Embracing innovation has allowed our response model to deliver the highest level of care on all calls. We made changes in the structuring of our squads to include paramedics that make this care possible.
Being personable under stress is one of our major goals as a department. Our fire and EMS teams go above and beyond to be friendly and helpful to our residents in their time of need. We've been complimented for the care and concern our teams provide. We don't do it for the recognition, we do it because it's who we are.
Being personable in the library means having a one-on-one connection. We've spread our staff throughout the library, so providing help and having more interaction with our patrons becomes easier.
Being personable extends beyond our work environment. A while back, I was eating lunch with a friend who works for another city. Our city manager happened to see me, and he went out of his way to say hello. My friend was astonished that the city manager even knew me. That doesn't happen at his job, but it does at Spanish Fork.
We are humans too, and being personable means we want to help others, even beyond our line of duty. It's not uncommon for officers to dig into their own pockets to help someone. Because of that, the department has set aside a small budget each year to help those that are in need.
We strive to build
and maintain
a vibrant city
through personable community interactions
and innovative local government services.
We believe this statement is powerful. It can serve as a guide to how we approach our work here at Spanish Fork City.
We invite you to consider the following questions. How can I innovate my work processes? And while I am working with people, how can I make my interactions more meaningful?
We are thrilled with the effort and participation of our city family in the creation of this mission statement. This is the result of a lot of collaboration and refinement. The statement is intended to serve us for many years to come and will help us to maintain the work culture we all love.
Following the creation of this video, we rolled out the mission statement to city employees during several luncheons. At the end of each of these meetings, employees were able to receive an incentive for memorizing the mission statement.
We strive to build and maintain a vibrant city through personal community interactions and innovative local government services.
Nice, flawless.
Implementing the mission statement will be an ongoing effort, which will include highlighting employees that embody the values of the statement, placing visual reminders in city buildings and employee areas, and promoting the memorization of the statement by new hires during the onboarding process.
We strive to build and maintain a vibrant city
through personal community interactions
and innovative local government services.
Awesome. Well, some of you may have recognized some of the staff in this room who were part of that video, so we want to thank them for their efforts. What thoughts did you have? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's great. I wasn't talking about you, I was talking about Matt.
What thoughts did you have as elected officials in regards to the statement and how it maybe relates to your experience with Spanish Fork?
Just share one thought I have. That one part of the statement that I really like is where it says, we strive to build and maintain. Not just maintaining, but building, which means that you recognize that there are possibilities and potential for improvements, right? You're looking to build and maintain a vibrant city. So I love the fact that as employees of the city, you're continually looking for ways to improve.
Absolutely. Thanks. What else?
I love the word strive in there because we're never going to be perfect, like kind of what Kevin's saying, but that we're always striving to be better. But then I also think of what we are already doing as a city. We've given many examples in City Council in the last few months of people going above and beyond. Matt was the one who talked about it, and our chief was in there talking about how our police officers go above and beyond once they see somebody in need. And being innovative, we've set aside some fundage so that they can help those that are needing some help at those different times. You don't see that happening in a lot of places, but it's that innovation, but we're striving to be better even just in the different places.
Yeah, super neat that they do that, right? Maybe one more.
One example is that we teamed up with Podium, and on our website, people can text in questions. I think a lot of people hate talking on the phone now. So they want to text and ask the questions they might have. And it's been interesting as Nick and Seth and Tyler shared those numbers as they're increasing steadily, where people can text and get answers quickly.
Absolutely, yeah. I don't want to cut anyone off. If anyone was dying to say something else, it's your meeting. So.
The personable side of this, I think, is really important. Oftentimes, I think that the government can be looked at as a body of just a body and not people within it. And I think that really goes to this community is made up of people, and it's run by people that want to give back to the community. You could see the smiles of every time. Well, I think some of it was the fact that they were on camera, like, but you went through a process that involved the employees of the city, right? And they made it their own, and they made it personable, not only just in the statement itself, but they're giving back to the community as well. So I think that's really important in government service to remember that there are people.
For sure.
Just to feed off of what Shane just said, I think a great example we had of that was this spring with the flooding.
Absolutely.
And the prep for that. Down in the neighborhood that I live in, I saw firsthand how the city could have easily said, hey, we're going to dump some sand here. You come to this location, find your bags, and take care of it yourself, right? They didn't. Everywhere you went, there were city employees there with the residents along the way, guiding them, helping them put the bags where they're supposed to be. It was very personable, and I thought it was a fantastic job on the city's part of those employees interacting with our residents and helping them in a difficult situation.
Yeah, I want to maybe just add, I've seen this embodied by you a couple of weeks ago. I don't know, 1 or 2 council meetings ago. There was a young lady that was here at the end of a council meeting, right, at kind of a long day, and she and her mom and her brother, I think the room had emptied, and they were at the back, right, and she was here for private reasons to get with her dad, and they were going to open up a special envelope, and the mayor had her come up and kind of off script had her open up that envelope and read its contents with her dad in the room and all of us. And I thought that was a really special, just off the cuff personal moment where you as an elected group even I think embody the statement. So I love how it it's for all of us as we go about doing what we do.
Yeah, adding to that, I was going to maybe mention this before I started, but as staff, sometimes we get to see things with the elected officials that normal residents don't get to see, right? One of those things that I saw was before this meeting, we were in that room adjacent, and I was eating, getting ready for this meeting, and you guys were all talking, and all of a sudden you said, all right, let's say a prayer to prepare for this meeting. And you guys supplicated your God to help you make decisions that will benefit the residents. And that to me was a really powerful, innovative thing. I hadn't thought of that before. And I guess Tara would appreciate it if I said to the residents at this point, it's voting season. Get out and vote. I'm not endorsing, any one of you, but I am thankful collectively for the elected officials and what you do. So thank you.
I think the government side of it that was touched on, Spanish Fork City is a corporation. It's a multi-million-dollar corporation, and it's hundreds of employees and hundreds more part-time employees. It gets to be a pretty big machine that it is. But I love the personable touch that every resident lets me know when they do get a hold of a human at this corporation, that they're treated with respect. And in a personable way, and that's huge. That's a big deal in usually big business where people are trying to get away from, push this one number and everything else. But the innovative part to encourage employees to be innovative. Hey, do your job, do it really well, and then find a better way to do it too, and let us know, right? And I think all employees in departments should feel empowered. If you find a better way to do it, do it. It's serving the residents. It's your jobs. You're doing a better job by doing it and serving the residents. So it's very good language and verbiage to put in there.
Yeah. From curiosity's sake, how are we doing on the memorization?
We're doing really well. We need to look again and see who hasn't passed it off. We did put a deadline on the incentive, but we are still going to offer that incentive to new employees who start, so that we can continue that implementation process. And you saw in the video, there's a few other ways that we're planning to implement this and help spread it across the departments and things. So we're excited about it. Should be really good.
I think about 3/4 of those employees took advantage of the opportunity.
Yeah, it was the day after you released it. I was talking to you here after a chamber board meeting in the hallway, and one of our streets team showed up and got to pass it off right there. And because Shelly wasn't there, she had to run somewhere, so he had to pass it in front of you and me, and did awesome.
Yeah, we'll make them sweat if we can.
Yeah, that's right. It
Might
was
as well
awesome.
have some fun, right?
Yeah.
That's really personal.
It is personal, isn't it?
So Councilwoman Marshall alluded to this, but this was a really long process. We met with 11 groups of staff, invited all of them, and it ultimately ended up being 11 lunch groups that came and participated in the creation of this process. I just wanted to read a quote from Stephen Covey where he talks about mission statements and their importance, and he kind of alludes to this process too. He says, "A mission statement is not something you write overnight," and we can testify to that 2 years. "But fundamentally, your mission statement becomes your constitution, the solid expression of your vision and values. It becomes the criterion by which you measure everything else in your organization." So with that being said, we put the mission statement up there on that wall. I'm sure you've all noticed today, but the hope is that it can guide each of you and staff as well as you're making important decisions in this room to help our residents, that we can innovate, that we can be personable, that we can create this beautiful, vibrant city. So we hope that you refer to that often, and we're going to encourage staff to do the same thing. So with that, any questions or any comments? I think that's great then. Thank you.
Thank you, Nate. Appreciate it. Great work. Great work and great mission statement. Thank you, all employees. Okay, takes us to item number 7 in our agenda tonight, and item C is needing to be tabled. The documentation isn't here with that item, so if there's no questions about the consent items, I'd entertain a motion removing C, but consenting to A and B.
I move to approve the consent items A and B and tabling C.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Cardin, seconded by Councilwoman Beck. Roll call vote. Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
Councilman Argyle.
Yes.
Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Councilman Cardin.
Yes.
Consent items approved. Takes us to our first public hearing of the night. There is 3 of these, A, B, and C, and we'll start with Mr. Vaughn Bickel on the ordinance amending Title VI Animal Control.
Mayor and Council, this proposed ordinance was a request from our animal control officer. My staff worked with him in drafting this ordinance for you to consider tonight. I want to highlight just a few of the things that it would do. I think one of the first things is that it refers to the state code for animal cruelty violations. I think they're more comprehensive there, and it's readily available for any officer to enforce the state code on those violations. It also clarifies that when it comes to seizing an animal, I don't know if it's not the same as it was maybe in the past with the dog catcher, the funny movies you might have seen, but you have to have probable cause and a warrant to seize somebody else's property, including an animal. And so that is clarified. It deletes there are several sections in the code of different penalty sections. It deletes all those and just has one general penalty section for the whole Title VI referring to animals. Let's see. Regarding chicken permits, there used to be, or there is currently a chicken permit requirement if you want to have chickens at your home. The proposal is to remove that permit requirement, but still retain the standards for how many chickens you can have, what gender they can be, also the standards for their enclosures and coops and things like that. All those would remain. It's just there hasn't been, put it this way, there has not been a lot of people obtaining chicken permits, even though it's been in the ordinance. it seems to be not really serving much of a purpose. Let's see. Beyond that, it deleted a redundant definition of attack, what it means for an animal to attack. And there is still a definition in there, but there were two somewhat different definitions, so we deleted one. I did want to bring up that there was a request from the Best Friends Animal Society that they would like the city either to keep the current definition of attack, which I don't support because, like I said, there's two different ones. We should do just one or the other or some hybrid of them. But the essence of their point was that they would like to exclude cats from attacking mice and other trespassing animals that come onto someone's property. And also if a dog is protecting someone from an attacker, that should be an exception if that dog then attacks that bad person that comes on their property. So I think those are good points, and if you would like to include some of those, we can certainly make those exceptions. Let's see if there's anything further. No, I think that's all the main points that the ordinance would do. Any questions about those changes?
So currently the way the definition of attack is changed. An intruder comes into your home, your dog attacks them, and the dog's liable? Well, the dog's at fault?
Not
now?
the dog, no, it's the owner.
The owner of the dog.
Yeah, so I think that's an oversight. Like I said, I think it's a good suggestion. It says that the owner or caretaker of an animal that attacks another person or animal would be guilty of a violation. So again, that is a pretty broad statement, and there are probably good justification for a few exceptions.
So how would you change? Would we just add in some verbiage to that section? Or?
Yeah, I would suggest an exception just right after it. Except something like, it shall not be unlawful for a cat or a dog to attack mice or other rodents or nuisance animals or pests or something like that, or for a dog to protect a person from imminent threat of harm from another person or something like that. I could craft something.
Trespassing.
Yeah, or trespassing animals, right? Like, I know dogs can be territorial, and if another dog comes on your property, your dog can kind of get defensive and protective of his people in his place.
Why are we changing this now? What started it? Was there an issue?
I don't know the answer to that on the attacks.
Just in general.
We did get an email this summer that, we've received several about
we had
neighbors frustrated.
Yeah, we had. So Matt approached us with I think they said they've got 22 permits and there's 167 people that have chickens. They're not renewing them. After a discussion, we just felt the need to do away with the permit, but keep the rules and regulations of the animals in place.
Part of it was the inspection of these are in backyards.
Sure, I get the chicken stuff.
Yeah.
And while you were looking at the chicken permit, I remember the debate back in the day. I was so hoping that we could never have that debate, and I don't think we're going to have one.
Back, you were on the planning commission.
I don't want to be back. Chicken.
We invited Jens to come back for it.
Yeah,
he denied.
He's out. Yeah. So when you looked at that, you're like, well, while we're here, we'll look at the rest of the title.
Yeah, a lot of these were requests from our animal control officer.
Okay.
It's from a law enforcement perspective, like the things about the warrant and the probable cause, and getting clear lines of what it means to attack. Like having two different attack definitions was problematic.
Sure. I like the concept of periodically reviewing whatever title and just walking through it. Does it make sense in today's environment? So I was just curious where the background was. So
right. And the cruelty violations, again, I think it's best to have one set of standards there rather than two different ones.
So, Vaughn, the only thoughts I had, I like it all, other than I do think the animal attack section, try and be more specific, different wording, verbiage, whatever is needed there. It does seem a little broad. Just, it shall be unlawful for any animal to attack a person or another animal. So just some more
Right.
detail there.
Yep. I can do that. If you're inclined to approve the ordinance, if you'd maybe put that in your motion, like to build in exceptions for, dogs or cats to predate on mice and other rodents or things like that, or trespassing animals, or to protect the person from an attacker. And I can draft some language before it's signed by the mayor.
Okay. Chief, does that fit with what you would have to be on the enforcement side of doing?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Thank you, Vaughn. Any other questions for Vaughn? If not, I think those changes are within the scope. If anybody wants to take a stab at that.
We got a public hearing.
Public hearing.
Oh, excuse me. Let's do that first. Does anybody want to make that motion?
I move to go into public hearing.
Second. Thank you, Jesse. Thank Councilman Cardin. Motion seconded by Councilman Argyle. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
We're in public hearing for item A, ordinance amending Title VI Animal Control. Anybody from the public that would like to speak to this?
Hi, my name is Jackie Larson. I am wondering if under the excessive noise and also the animal attack, if we can exclude livestock or change it to be, instead of any animal, maybe the definition under household pet might fit better. I don't know if you want me to add anything on animal attack. I'm just kind of picturing if somebody comes onto our property to maybe try to help with a calf, if the mama cow ends up stomping them into the ground, or a dog kind of comes onto our property, if we can also kind of consider that. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who would like to speak to this item? If not, I'd entertain a motion to go out of public hearing.
So moved.
Second. Motion made by Councilman Cardin, seconded by Councilman. I thought he did
did
the
the first, I
motion.
did the second.
Oh, Councilman Cardin. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Okay, we're out of public hearing.
So Vaughn, question of livestock, would chickens fall under household pets or would they fall under livestock? So if you've got a rooster, which you shouldn't have in the city.
Right, they're not allowed.
But let's say you border the county and the property next to you happens to have roosters, and the rooster comes into your yard and attacks your kid, it's livestock. I mean, I don't know that I've ever heard of that happening, but I've seen, we've had roosters as kids, and I've seen them fight, and they can be
I
aggressive.
think that's illegal, dude.
I'm just not saying I did it, I've seen it.
Oh, okay.
So there's a difference. So what are your thoughts on an exclusion of livestock or adding some definition for livestock?
In terms for noise or for the attack?
Animal attack.
So making it.
I think you're going to have to be a little careful with that, because just the agricultural part of that protects the farmer with their animals. So I don't know that we're like.
Could we put something that says just permitted uses?
Yeah.
Right. If
within
it's an
the
animal
city
permitted
limits,
uses.
but if you're in the county kind of thing.
We're going to get in trouble with our rodeo if we've got a bull that stomps a clown, or
No.
if it's in the
We
ordinance.
could add a domesticated livestock definition, could we not?
Do we not have that?
I don't think we have a domesticated livestock definition.
But I guess I need clarification on what you want to do with the livestock. Obviously, we can define livestock. What do you want to do with?
Yeah, I think the question is twofold. Are we talking noise or are we talking attack? Because if we're talking attack, then I don't know that you want to remove that. Right? If there's an animal, I don't care what it is, if he leaves my property and goes and attacks you,
you should be liable.
You should be, yeah. That shouldn't be allowed. If you're on my property, I think that's what Vaughn was trying to deal with in some of those
Build an
regards,
exception
right?
for trespassing.
Where if we've got the trespassing clause, it doesn't matter if some
Right.
dog comes onto a farmer's property and kills his calf.
I think
that dog's trespassing. He should be.
And I think the intent there is understood, but in terms of noise,
So yeah, do we need anything for noise then, as far as if
We have a noise ordinance.
and that should meet whatever we need as far as.
It's a pretty high bar. I mean, you've got to have, I want to say it's a barking dog for about 15 minutes. And so I don't the same standard would apply. Yeah, that's not necessarily what this would be, because I don't know that would register on the decibels. But I mean, the animal ordinance has specific elements about
This
noise.
is characterized more like a nuisance.
Yeah.
Right, if an animal then uses that type of language, like disturbing noise in an excessive, continuous, or untimely fashion. They're not proposing to change that.
So dogs, for example, as an owner of a dog, you can do things for noise. You can get bark collars or whatever. If you've got a property owner in the city that has an acre or more of property and happens to put sheep or goats on his property that could become excessive with noise, is there anything that we need to be concerned with there? There's not a lot that they can do about that.
I think the farming, I think the other elements of the code would probably dictate, but I'd leave that for you guys to look at. And I don't think we're changing that. This isn't.
No.
Yeah, so whatever we're doing tonight's not going to change that. I think that's something we could look at as a different change if you want us to study that. But
Yeah, I think we'd have to look at that more.
I mean, it's,
Not proposing
yes,
to
we're not, there's not a change specific to that in here. However, it's opened now, and so if we have a concern, we want to change or want it looked at, we should look at that.
I guess I'll ask the chief, have there been any calls or complaints from residents of anything other than dogs as far as animal noise?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Jackie, are you referring to if you bring the cattle home from the mountain, separate the calves from them, and they beller for?
We're out there, I mean, if they're calving, they're going to be making noise. They don't really care what time of the day it is. If we're branding, vaccinating, like there's going to be times where it's going to be a couple days that day and night they're going to be bellering out there.
Yeah, we haven't received any complaints similar to what she's referring to.
And if we did, based on the law, what would be the process?
I don't think we have anything on the ordinance to enforce something of the livestock.
No, other than this noise provision. If it's,
I guess Jackie's concern is the livestock owners protected under the law, having livestock, that if a resident moved next door and happened to discover that once a year or 1 month out of the year they've got animals that are really loud and they complain about it, who's going to legally be protected there?
If you recall, the animal or the agricultural protection areas have provisions that deal with that.
What if they're not ag protected?
Then they're not protected.
yeah, and there are other zoning considerations. And I think, as we've been reviewing the ordinance, we've been focused on the elements that we're changing. We haven't had any of these issues, so we can look at them. I know it's open today, but nothing's changing, and so I think this is a question outside of the context of what we're talking about, and we can go look at.
I think it might be. However, it was brought up, and I think to Kevin's point, what is the protection? And I think the direction is, go tell us what the protection is, and if there's not, let's put something in here.
Right, and that's what we'd look for you to
If that
say.
you do like, we can do that.
I mean, I'm not going to search the code to find the protection myself. I'm asking staff to do that.
Right. I'm not going to give it to you in 2 seconds.
Oh, absolutely not. And I kind of like the process of bringing an ordinance like this that would just out of the blue, we talk about it, Vaughn presents it, we have a discussion, we have some public input, we go do some fixing, and we come back to approve it. I don't know that there's no rush on something like this. Let's get it right. So.
Under the animal attack, I think it's too vague to just say it shall be unlawful for any animal to attack, because everyone's perception of an attack, we're taking out the threaten passers by nipping,
No,
chasing,
we're
right?
taking out this duplicate definition. That there is still a definition of attack in the code.
Where
in the
is that?
definitions section, 6.810, it says any biting or attempted biting or other action by an animal which places a person or another animal in danger of imminent bodily harm. Actual physical attack shall not be required to constitute an attack. Attack may include jumping upon, chasing, nipping, or otherwise threatening.
Gotcha.
What's the
there were two
consequence of that, as far as if a dog were to bite an individual, that person wanted to file a complaint about that? What happens? What are the steps for that?
The dog owner would receive a citation for allowing a dog to bite, and then usually there's also similar ramifications. There's usually a civil lawsuit brought on as well, so for medical bills or so forth. So,
Or you can do restitution in the criminal case as well for those damages.
All right, so we wanted to look at noise for livestock. We want
The attack.
the attack to be enhanced or changed so that if an animal goes onto, or an animal or a human goes onto someone's property and gets attacked by their animal, another animal.
Trespassing, yeah. Protected under trespassing law.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think that one's going to be a little bit tricky, like we talk about trespassing, or if I invited you to my house, my dog all of a sudden goes wild, right? I think those are two different scenarios.
I'm not coming to your house then. But you're right, those are two separate issues. For sure.
Not sure about the verbiage for cats chasing mice or dogs chasing squirrels or whatever, but something, I'll let you guys
I can do something for that.
figure that out.
I guess the part of that, I mean, again, you don't want to add, and I'm sure that's just not the calls that we get, but you don't want to add too much to it. But if it's the pet rat next door, and then my rat terrier dog doesn't know that that's a pet with a name.
I think it depends then, where did this happen? If the dog's at home and a rat comes on the property, rat's in trouble probably. Yeah.
Well, definitely in trouble.
Yeah. Yeah.
Laugh now, but
Maybe not from your new dog, for sure.
Yeah, he'll bite anything right now. Yeah,
Anytime.
yeah. Yeah, I like the language that you were kind of talking about and working towards there, Vaughn. And I think there's some room to make some additions here of some of the agriculture nature as we get into some things. I mean, that it will be an encouragement, I think, to where we talk to.
Can I just recap then? I got 3 things to build into it. Protection for noise created by ag, exceptions for trespassing animals or persons under the attack, and then also the exception for the, a cat to be a mouse or, go after mice or other pests.
Vaughn, would it be easier for us to take the feedback and not take action and then bring it back in?
That's what I'd recommend. I
in 2
recommend
weeks,
the table.
and then we'll have a.
Refine the ordinance, bring it back, you can see it again.
So the word, I guess another thought, the word of trespass, using trespass. If somebody's doing sales and they happen to knock on a door, are they considered a trespasser?
I don't think so. They can come to your front door and knock on your door. That's the thing. Dogs don't know if you're trespassing.
Yeah, so I wonder
if the Amazon guy is a trespasser.
So I wonder if maybe not using the
invitee.
word trespass, but using on someone's personal property. I don't know.
But if I'm knocking on your door and your dog attacks me, your dog's liable.
Yeah, I don't want you. I wouldn't recommend that we give dogs carte blanche on my front yard, right? I mean, I think there's an expectation that I can get to your front door without getting mauled by your dog, right? As a responsible
but whether
pet
you're
owner.
a trespasser or whether you're somebody coming over for
I
dinner.
wasn't going to steal your TV. I was just going to go to dinner with you.
Yeah, so that's why I wonder if the verbiage trespass is the right word to use.
We can look at that.
Unlawful.
You thought this was going to be easy.
We had a work session on it
Well,
last
that's,
week.
we had a work session. None of this came up.
So
The noisy guy didn't.
I'm okay with doing this, but I'm also not okay if it's never happened. What are we preventing? Nothing.
Good point.
Don't want to go down that road. What Kevin's talking about, when you knock on a door, been attacked 3 or 4 times, and when you're a phone man knocking on somebody's door and the dog attacks you, their dog's responsible, period.
Yep.
No,
That
I
dog
agree.
needs to be, and I'm not trespassing, but I could be because I'm coming to your home and you could be considered trespassing. But
We had a dog like that.
yeah.
Is there a law that requires if you've got an aggressive dog, you're supposed to post post it. You see the warning signs, right? Is there anything that
Well,
requires
I think
people to do that?
it's helpful for people to have the warning, but that's not going
No, they don't.
to eliminate any liability, I don't think, from the
You're going to
owner.
pay a lot of money for your insurance is what you're going to do, because
And there are people that have dogs for that reason, to protect their property, period. So if you come on that property, you become lunch.
yeah, I would say let's not I like Chad's point there that we don't need to overthink situations that
Let's not create.
we're trying to prevent all the time. But the chicken part of this is something that we should stop.
The permit needs to go away.
Stop, having people have to do a permit that they're not doing, and then like Kevin was the biggest transgressor of this. He wasn't renewing his permit. It was supposed to be renewed every year. He got it once.
I thought it was like the DMV. I was going to get a postcard in the mail. I never did.
So we need to prorate that bill, send it to him next week before an ordinance is enacted, and get it from him.
Take
Okay.
it,
Why
please.
you ran.
All right,
This is why
Vaughn,
you
you got enough information to kind of proceed to some semblance? Thank you, appreciate it. I'd entertain a motion to table item A.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Argyle, seconded by Councilman Marshall. Roll call vote.
Before you do that,
Yep.
do you want him to table it to a date specific, or does it matter? Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Beck?
Yes.
And Councilman Argyle?
Yes.
Councilman Euler?
Yes.
And Councilman Cardon?
Yes.
And Councilman Marshall?
Yes.
Okay. Item A is tabled. Takes us to item B on the public hearing agenda, the ordinance change for Sippin, sorry. The ordinance for the Sippin zone change.
I read that as slipping every
It's a S
single
and a
time.
Z right there, sorry. Mr. Dave Anderson.
Thank you. This proposal involves the Development Enhancement Overlay, which is a zoning tool that a previous council created just about 10 years ago to allow properties to be made better. Conceivably, it allows the city council to approve ultimately site plans or other constructed improvements to sites to allow for uses to expand or for new uses to occupy those sites, even if the site can't be brought into conformity with the city standards that exist when those improvements are intended to be made. Typically, that's not allowed. Typically, when an existing use on a property grows or when that use changes, sites need to be brought into conformity with the city's standards that are in place at that time. So, kind of maybe a little bit like a get-out-of-jail-free card. After going through a public process, having public hearings with both the City Council and the Planning Commission, City Council can approve the development enhancement overlay to allow for, as is the case with what's proposed tonight at this location, a project to be approved, even though, as proposed, it wouldn't meet our landscaping and parking requirement. The city councils that have been in place since this tool was adopted, I think now 6 or 7 times have used it to, again, allow for properties to be made better. At least that was the decision that was made by those councils at that time, even though, for example, typically it's had to do with parking requirements. The site couldn't meet the parking requirements that were in place. Tonight, we're talking about a site that's at First East and 300 South. There are a couple of uses on the property today. Sip-in, drive-through, drink kind of a shop that really has some significant flaws with the site. How the site is both accessed with vehicles and how they leave the site is about as problematic as it could be, in my opinion. And we've heard about that from people that, for example, live in close proximity to the site. We've heard about it from people that just drive by the site. And I'd be happy to talk about that more if anybody would like. But instead, I'm going to jump ahead to, let's use this to talk about the actual proposal. Right now, the subject property is zoned residential, R16. So staff's recommending that 2 things happen. First of all, that the zoning be changed to commercial 2. and that the development enhancement overlay be used so that some changes that I'll talk about in a second can be made, even though, depending on ultimately how much space is used on the site, there might be as many as 19 parking spaces required on site. The applicants are proposing a site plan that has 13, so a deficiency of 6 spaces, potentially, and frankly, maybe less. And in a couple of different ways, the site, as proposed, can't meet our landscape requirements. But that being said, I personally believe that this is a dramatic improvement, or would be, if the applicants follow through and are able to make improvements to the site that, for example, would eliminate right now vehicles exiting the property. And we're somewhat familiar with the site we're talking about, right?
Could you zoom out and zoom back? Just kidding. No.
Again, first east, third south. Stuff's been there for a long, long time. Vehicles leave the site right at the corner, which is about as dysfunctional as it can be. It's worked, but the likelihood that you'd have a conflict vehicularly that would cause an accident's about as great with what's going on there today as anything could be. Also, vehicles currently are allowed to enter the site from First East, which at certain times over time I know has caused cars to back up on First East to the north to where it's made it difficult for people to exit and enter their driveways for the homes that are in close proximity to the north of the site. So to talk about what I think really the key changes are here as proposed, I am totally gun shy on our pointers. Maybe for good reason.
Before you work just fine.
I got something going. Okay. So as proposed, vehicles would only be able to enter the site from Third South. So coming onto the property on Third South, there would be parallel parking adjacent to that drive aisle on the right-hand side. People could then park in spaces on the northeast corner of the site or along the north boundary of the site. Or they could then exit the site through a drive aisle to the right, as I'm kind of indicating there, or enter the queue for the drive-through and go around the building as such, taking care of their business with the drink shop before exiting the site down on Third South. So it eliminates what's going on here, and it also restricts this to function only as an exit from the site. Relatively simple in that regard. And along with that, the applicants have proposed to make other improvements to the site to add landscaping where they can fit it in, and to otherwise just make it more contemporary, I would say, in terms of how it would look. And all in all, I think this is exactly the type of thing that, you know, we weren't premeditating everything that could happen when the development enhancement overlay was created, but boy, this allows for things to happen on this site without going through a much more rigorous exercise of changing development requirements and that type of a thing, really taking into account the needs of the property and what's proposed here. In my mind, that part of it's relatively straightforward. Both the Development Review Committee and Planning Commission have recommended that the zoning parts of this be approved. The Development Review Committee has approved the site plan subject to ultimately the City Council approving the development enhancement overlay. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
So are they tearing down, rebuilding new? The homes going away?
Yeah, the applicant's here tonight. Maybe he can speak to that better than I can, but no, the buildings that have been used for the businesses on the property, they will remain. They're being changed, modified, upgraded to some degree, but they'll stay there.
But the home, so the home's going to be a residential home?
Sorry, that's a great question. That is proposed to be a retail use. Clothing boutique is how it's been described to us. So some part of the square footage there would be used that way. The residential use would go away. Thanks. That's a good thing to note.
Dave, I guess the only question I have is, I'm curious more than anything, is this property's been non-conforming for a long, long time. I guess why is it finally that the zone changes is coming before us? Why hasn't, I guess when it was changed to a sip-in from Johnny's or whatever, I guess it was already being used commercially prior to the sip-in, so there was no need to change anything at that time. I guess I'm just curious as to why it's taken up until now to finally rezone this.
Maybe the applicant could add something to this, but it's my understanding that, I mean, they're going through this process, I think, to get some things straight and just make things right. They do want to convert the residential use to a retail use.
So that
when they
could be
approach
part
us
of
about
it.
that, that's when, we talk about some things that need to be put in order to allow for that to happen. And the development enhancement overlay is the most efficient way to consider that and potentially to have the council approve that change. Mr. Simpson, I don't want to speak for you, but I think there was an intent to make some upgrades to the site and that sort of a thing. So I think the applicant's plans as they proposed them and as we talked about them synced up well with some things that we thought made sense for the site, and this is the path from.
Well, and it matches the general plan, so.
Yeah, still it's mixed use right now in the general plan, so everything relative to the C2 zone
falls in that.
works with that, and
Thank you, David.
yeah, you bet.
Motion to go into public hearing?
Second.
Councilman Argyle's made a motion to go into public hearing, seconded by Councilman Marshall. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
We're in the public hearing. Anybody that would like to speak to this issue, if the applicant wants to speak, you certainly can, Mr. Simpson.
I'd like to, David Simpson, I'd like to thank the council for hearing this. I didn't ever think I'd be up here presenting a drink shop to the council, but I am. It's actually my son's, Nick Simpson, and he's unavailable to be here. So the main thing, we do want to do a small boutique in the house, and that's what's preempted us to come in and get a zone change. It's not going to be a big boutique, but in doing so, I think we can solve a lot of problems that we've had in the past with stacking and just upgrading. And if we had to meet today's requirements, the building would just have to be tore down, and we'd just probably keep it the way it is. So I think it's advantageous that we upgrade it, if we could, to present a little more small boutique in there and upgrade it. And we have to meet the requirements of, I think to get a building permit, we'll have to make sure that we don't have too big of a boutique to meet the parking regulations and stuff. I just really feel like it will be an added incentive for the city to let us go ahead with this part.
Mr. Simpson, while you're up there, with the queuing or the stacking, how many cars will this allow you to stack before it would become a problem to any of the neighbors or any of the other roads?
I imagine at least 10.
Okay.
From the front all the way around.
And right now we're, what, 3?
Yeah, 3, and then they start stacking in front of the neighbors, which becomes a problem at certain times during the day.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's definitely an improvement as far as the flow of
Yeah,
traffic goes.
you're at least, just by the raw look at it, you're tripling the stack that could be on the property, right?
Yeah.
Any chance of changing that access onto 3rd South into a right-in, right-out? So it's
But
not
then how are
full.
people coming from the other side?
Turning, so you have, zip it. You do have to go over there. The problem is it's so close to that intersection.
That was the question I have.
Taking that left in the intersection and then taking that left. in
But
the
it's
driveway
further
and
away
stuff.
than it used to be.
Oh, it's head and shoulders above what it used to be. Absolutely, no question about it. If this is the best we can do, great.
If we were to do that, would there be a way to get an entrance on that first? Is that Third East or First
You're
East?
just coming out that way. You'd enter on Third and you go out on First and.
But if it's a right in, right out.
But you got to go around the block to get in, or make a left or whatever, right?
I mean, today, you're going around the block anyway, because you're not driving in that side.
Chief, are you aware, or do you recall any, with the way it's laid out right now, you could potentially have two people turning right at the same time, right? Are you aware of any accidents or issues that we've had with people coming out of SIP at the same time somebody's turning on
No,
First?
we haven't had a large majority of traffic accidents there, but we have received complaints due to the cars on First East from the citizens residing there.
But
so.
accidents, you've been fine?
Yeah.
Okay.
Shane,
Thank you,
to your
Mr.
point, I had that
Simpson.
same
Yeah.
thing written down as people turning across Third South could be pretty dangerous. It's just, I don't know what solution there is.
Yeah, they're doing it right now
Yeah, they already
as
are.
is, and it sounds like it's not been an issue.
If the access has changed, UDOT would have to, well, the use has changed, so technically UDOT has to get a permit. You have to get a permit from them. You won't get a full access point there. So when you change the use, UDOT gets to weigh in again on whether or not you have access. They can't take it away, but they can definitely limit the right-in.
So, meaning commercial use, the zoning, or because it's already used commercially?
The use itself. So
it's
if you
already
went,
used commercially?
yeah, if you put a gas station there, so the use changed, right, from a convenience store to a gas station.
But adding, so Sippin's already there, but adding a boutique
Same
doesn't
thing.
necessarily.
No, it's the same thing.
So are you saying that UDOT will have to?
I think they do. I think they would have to weigh in on the volume is definitely changing, right?
Because Third is a state road.
Yep.
I think that something you said is a moment ago is probably how a UDOT would look at it, knowing that there are two access points, one on the very corner and then this one. They'd be saying, let's get the one instead of having the two.
There isn't two access points on the Third. It's used as an access point, but that is not a permitted access. I'm just saying.
It's been there for like 100 years.
It has, but you used it. But no, it hasn't. I mean, at one point you turned and you got your drink going.
Yeah, you'd go north.
Eastbound.
Who's our resident centenarian? Chad, are you?
Not your drink, your grab bag.
Your whatever bag, whatever, right? You turn the corner and you got your drink going that way.
The whole access on Third South is access to that road from the corner at First East to the end of the property right now. It's all open, so you can go
It is
anywhere.
technically open. It's not an access, but yes, it is open, correct.
But there's parking there already, and they pull in and pull out right where you're going to come out right now. So the access to that's not changing. It's just changing the route that we go around the building.
So you're wondering maybe if UDOT would say, yeah, they should put a right in, right out?
I am suggesting that I would prefer a right in, right out there. I don't like people turning left out of there when there's an intersection 50 feet away.
I agree.
It is inconvenient for Mr. Porter to go get his beverage on occasion, but it's much, much safer.
If you just do a U-turn and go back for First East.
There you go.
You go right back to the city.
We're on a grid system, so taking a trip around the blocks.
We could check with UDOT and see what requirements they have.
Yeah.
That wouldn't have to hold us up from.
Yeah, we could probably go forward.
Going public hearing here.
And that's probably a good
No,
idea
we're
to
still
check
public
with them.
I would check with them before you, for your sake, because
Right.
I mean, you may have to make a decision, right? If they say this is going to be a right in, right out, that's a business decision for you in terms of your access point. If you want to keep going.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dave. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
We're still in public hearing. Anybody else from the public that would like to speak to item B here? Yes, sir.
I was hoping that phone was Dave's.
My name's Robert Gardner. I'm just a regular citizen. I do live right there. I live on 400 South, so it's just the same block, basically. And you all have described the situation perfectly. It's a crazy, crazy intersection. I've seen pedestrians nearly hit. And yeah, it's a problem. But one thing that I kind of wonder about, you talked about Covey tonight, is the ladder up against the wrong building here. You know, when a business becomes successful and expands, do you just try to shoehorn them in and make it work? Or do you say, hey, it's time to put this business someplace that makes sense? We have a couple of other examples. The barn, you all have seen that, and I'm sure had discussions about the barn. It's great business. People love it. Sippin's apparently is pretty successful. That's why there's so many cars. The barn has minimal parking, and it's very difficult to get in and out of. The trash dumpster doesn't fit. So even though the barn is a fun place, it's a shoehorn. And the 7-Eleven, they bought the property next door right there, which obviously gave them enough space to try to make it work, but it's pretty tight too. And so what's already happened with the 7-Eleven is they've done a major rework on that intersection, which helps. But I wouldn't say the 7-Eleven is as bad a shoehorn as the barn, but it's also a shoehorn. This one here, the Sippin, it's a tremendous shoehorn to try to expand the business, make it a boutique, which it's not. Assumption being it'll increase the volume, so your volume's is already a problem, and now yes, it's a much better design, but the volume's going to go up theoretically, and so it just once again it's just like this is a shoehorn. Is this where the business should be if it's going to be growing and successful? My other question is, what's the idea of residential zoning versus commercial? It's so that hopefully we can live in a nice neighborhood and the businesses can be over where is appropriate. But here we've got an island, a proposed island zoning in the middle of residence. It's been there forever, I understand that. But the nature of the business is changing. And, you mentioned UDOT having to get involved. I'm pretty sure they would. I've got a friend that lives on 3rd South, and they wanted to add a driveway, and UDOT said, no way. You get one driveway, and that's it. You can't change the use. So I would certainly think the UDOT would have a lot to say about a very complicated intersection, even though it's better. Again, I just feel like it. The business is going to grow and be successful. Is this the right place that it should be in the middle of a residential neighborhood? That's basically what my thoughts are.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. Appreciate it. Anyone else from the public about this item? If not, an entertain a motion to go out of public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Argyle. Councilwoman Beck beat you to it.
I'll give it to her.
All in favor say yes.
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 We're at a public hearing. Discussion back up here.
Sounds like we better get UDOT looking at it.
I think you could, if you wanted to, you could approve it pending their approval. Which is, we do that all the time. I mean, there's a lot of great points made, and I don't disagree with anything that you said. It is shoehorned because the neighborhood grew up around it as much as anything. It's never been great access. This is much improved, and I think the only way we improve it is if the applicant has an incentive to do so, which is this. Otherwise, it just stays the way it is for a very long time. While it's not perfect in any way, the business isn't going away. I don't know that it should go away. And this is a decent plan. So I think from all those respects, although I would prefer a write-in right out at third, I'm not going to say no because of that.
I agree with Shane. I think it is a much better layout than what's currently there. Should it be a business? That's a question for whoever put that business in when I was a kid or however long ago that was, right? Chad, maybe you remember?
It's been a business for a long, long time.
It's been a business a long time, like Shane says. Whether we approve this change tonight, it's not going to change whether it's still a business. Even if we said, hey, Sippin, you've outgrown your space, you should go somewhere else, it's still a drive-up. Something else is going to move in there that would still be a drive-up. And without the change, you're still going to have issues, queuing problems on First East. And so I think this is a much better layout than what's there. Like I said, I watched Planning Commission. I appreciated the questions and concerns that they raised, especially with the boutique and asking and wondering how many patrons they're going to get, how much business that would add. Is the parking sufficient? It's always a concern when you're adding a business, especially in a residential area. Do they have sufficient parking? From what I can tell, I don't know. Dave, I guess a question for you, because I remember Commissioner Warnick asked that specific thing, considering the employees will be using some of that. Did we get an answer as to how many employees will be parked and then how many additional stalls would be available for patrons?
No, I don't have a number as to how many employees they expect to have there.
Mr. Simpson, do you happen to know? So 2 vehicles parked in the parking, which leaves 11. Oh, you've got the ones on the
There's 13
side.
total.
And I'd imagine,
13 total.
2 maybe for each business, right? I mean, so you're probably, I guess, 4 or 5 employees maybe, so I'm guessing.
Okay.
One of the businesses, as I understand it, typically people don't park, so.
Yeah, not a lot of people go in for sipping. It's a drive up for a reason, right?
And so now I'm just speaking for, we looked at it. Yeah.
Okay.
We have a few clothing boutiques spread throughout different neighborhoods in town, and several of those don't have more parking than what we're talking about here, and we haven't had complaints about customers parking, maybe in front of neighbors' homes or some of the other things sometimes that do generate concerns. So we felt like, if they had 7 or 8 spaces dedicated to the patrons for the clothing store, that's maybe for all but Black Friday, likely sufficient. But we're guessing there.
So to mention something that was brought up in Planning Commission, I know one concern that they had as well was that the applicant wasn't at the Planning Commission meeting. So I appreciate Mr. Simpson being here tonight, at least to answer some of the questions that we've got. I think it's important that if you're going to ask a change of the city, that you be there to represent the process.
We got him in.
Got him in. Good deal.
Any other questions for staff or discussion up here about this item?
I think the idea of taking the queuing from 3 to 9 to 10, potentially 13 parking spots, where I think there's 5 now currently on the site. Maybe 6. Maybe. I think it makes sense. It works. I have tried to envision that one access point, and even if it's right in, right out, I don't know. That one scares me a little bit, but I think that is a UDOT call. But I definitely think this area becomes a lot better for the neighborhood and for what's going on there with this change.
Yeah, and I like the fact that it does eliminate that exit right on the corner.
Over a ditch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can never get out.
It's a weird one. I'm trying to turn right, and there's somebody else right next to me that's on First East.
Want to turn left?
Yep. Yeah. We're like chicken.
And is it safe to say that the boutique, those that park to go into the boutique, will be exiting most often
On
First East?
Yeah.
Right.
So they can't go the other way.
Unless they get a drink, and then they become a sit-in.
If it's not a deal, that you get
a shirt and a drink.
Yeah, 32 ounce and a 30.
Sounds like a dream.
It's a one-stop shop.
One-stop shop.
I like it. Okay. Any other discussions or question on this? If not, I'd entertain a motion for item B.
I'll go ahead and move to approve the SIP and zone change based on the following findings. One, that the proposal conforms to the city's general plan designation and zoning map. And second, that the proposal conforms to the intent of the development enhancement overlay by improving site circulation, enhancing the site's appearance, and improving screening between land uses. And the third would be also conditioned on UDOT's approval. Is that right?
I like it.
Second.
Okay.
Motion made by Councilwoman Beck, seconded by Councilman Cardin. Any discussion on that motion? A roll call vote here. Councilman Euler?
Yes.
Councilman Argyle?
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck?
Yes.
Councilman Marshall?
Yes.
And Councilman Cardin?
Yes.
Item B is approved with that.
The UDOT, I was thinking through my head the timing on that process, but that's not for us to figure out.
I think it's, sorry, Dave, I'm going to take a second. Is that okay? Can I take a second?
That's okay. The
So,
motion's over, but go ahead and pontificate on the motion.
It's not even that. It's the way we just went about that. I think for the public, I don't think they see it as a deliberation independently. I think they see it as a deliberation like collectively. And we all voted yes. I think we all voted yes for a completely different reason. But I mean, we do this every single night on almost every single motion. We vote consistently with each other, but for completely different reasons. And it would be interesting, I don't want to do this by any means, Mayor, but the reason you vote yes, it'd be so different if we just said it every single time. Like if I voted no, you'd ask me why I voted no, and I would be able to tell you. But it's truly five different opinions about why we just voted for that little small SIP and development right there. But we all voted yes. So it looks like we're all unanimous, and in fact, it's
right.
Kevin paused a minute. I think you paused a minute for a legitimate reason. Like, is this going to be okay? I mean, Jesse had a different reason than me, and it's fascinating that we do this every 2 weeks, and you could look back in the record and see we're all the same. We say yes all the time together, but for such different reasons every single time. It's pretty fascinating. Sorry to take 5 minutes.
Nope. It's good.
Just popped to my head.
The discussion about it going in there, I guess specifically on this one, the addition of UDOT there, I mean, it played out that UDOT doesn't approve the right in, right out. He's just coming with different drawings and petitioning us again?
No, they would approve it. They could not. They couldn't take away access, right?
They're going to approve something.
They're going to approve something.
So he's
They
just,
have to.
yeah, so
But they just have to go talk about
after
it.
he talks with UDOT, it doesn't have to come back here.
Correct.
Unless they want to buy the access, then it's a completely different conversation.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Good discussion, good points, and yes, good discussion on an important item. Takes us to item C of public hearing, ordinance for the recreation center zone change. Mr. David Anderson.
Once again, thanks. This proposal is the brainchild of my office. We try to keep up with the city's acquisition of properties, and as the city purchases or otherwise acquires property, generally speaking, we like to have that designated as public facility, which is a zoning district that was created almost entirely just to apply to properties that are owned, particularly by Spanish Fork City, although it'd be an appropriate zoning district for properties that might be owned by the federal government or even a school district or that type of a thing as well. The city, as you're well aware, has acquired the properties that are included in the proposed zone change over the course of several years. The name of the proposal connects to the use that's proposed for the site today. But at present, municipal facilities are allowed in most, if not all, of the zoning districts that we have in Spanish Fork City already. So this is not a necessary step to allow for the expansion of the park or the construction of any city facility within the subject area. I would call it more of a housekeeping thing. And it's that simple. So the proposal is simply to have the properties noted.
Zoomed out really far for you, Shane, so you might want to take a look.
Here on this map, yeah, we'll stay big for a
Where's
second.
it's at?
This is way out, so
the
South
rec center?
Main.
We're doing that?
just to the south of the Volunteer Drive, Main Street intersection there.
Really just
Everything
describe
we've
it.
noted in yellow. Here it'd be everything on simply the west side of Main Street that currently is zoned residential office. That would be zoned public facilities, encompassing, we included this to show what part of the site is included in the change. It follows a line like that there. So it's this area here. And the Development Review Committee and Planning Commission have both reviewed the proposed change and have recommended that it be approved.
Thank you, Dave. Any questions for Dave before public comment on this? If not, I'd entertain a motion to go to public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Cardon, seconded by Councilman Argyle. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
We're in public hearing for item C. Anybody from the public that would like to speak to this zone change? Seeing none, entertain a motion to go out of public hearing.
So moved.
Motion made by Councilman Cardon, or Argyle.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Cardon. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Discussion back up here for item C, zone change for the Recreation Center.
Dave, question on this one. So this is for the zone change. Do we need to make any adjustments to the general plan?
I don't believe so. I can double check what the general plan designation is.
It
but,
looks like it's mixed use right now.
Yeah, public facilities as a zoning district we would consider to be
Mixed
allowed
use.
or consistent with pretty much any general plan designation. The reason for having a property zone public facility is such a broad, and maybe it'd be helpful to take a look at the uses that are identified as allowed in that zone. But if you think about all of the different things that communities do, what Spanish Fork does, and the physical improvements that are needed throughout a community to provide for those, everything from fire stations to maybe like a wastewater lift station, city office buildings, libraries, different things like that. For the most part, they're not typically consolidated in one part of a community. You know, they're spread out because they need to be. I did have the thought, however, that there's certainly no imminent need to make this change. I don't know exactly what our updated general plan is going to look like in terms of maybe having a different designation for something like this. So if for any reason you wanted to put this on the shelf while we go through that process, I don't think that would be a problem at all. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I don't mean to ramble, but.
Okay.
No, I'm just a little OCD, I guess, on making sure that whatever the zone is, it's matching what we've got general planned, and as long as public facility can fall within a mixed-use general plan designation.
I'm thinking the next step, I don't know if any of the bonding documents would describe anything like this, but if we plan to build, which we're building a recreation center on this, maybe the zoning of the building stands on that is collateral for bonding is probably something that hey, does that line up with the right zone? You're not in a mixed-use zone. You're not in an industrial zone or something like that. So,
Would we need to go through another public process to change the general plan, or can we do that in this motion?
We don't have, maybe I could take a moment to do some quick research, but I would not know what designation necessarily to direct.
There's a public facility right next to it at the
So,
park.
Nick, if you want to bring up the general plan for that area, we can look at it real quick.
You certainly can't do it in this motion. There was no public hearing advertised for a general plan amendment.
I'm just wondering if, rather than try and do cleanup down the road, do it all at once. But if you're saying we're going to have to do it down the road anyways, then it doesn't matter.
That's not what he said, though. He said he didn't think we'd have to do it. That the public facilities zone fits within all designations of the general plan, and that's what we'll double check. So it's likely that there is no need to change the general plan because it fits everywhere. Because I don't know that we have a municipal designation, right?
And it goes beyond the general plan to where most zoning districts allow for municipal facilities. So I think that's part of mean, this is how I would look at it, by way of having a general plan that gives a clear indication of what the property's use is today and what it would be into the
Could be,
future.
and we already
I think
know.
that's why that designation exists. It's probably one we could do without, though, just given, again, how many different things are allowed as part of the public facilities zone. I'm not sure that the indication is all that clear as to, why a property on the general plan is designated public facilities or that type of a thing.
Do we have any concerns with
So we
Hot
can't
dog
general
stand.
plan your land public facilities without talking to you and saying, oh, hey, by the way,
Yeah.
we're coming at you, right? It's really not a good idea to general plan this swath of things before it becomes some kind of a public facilities use, right? So I see it the way Dave does. I think if we need to talk about it, we can talk about it, I should say, and if there's a need to adjust it, we can bring that to you. But I think in terms of the general plan, the zone change is probably a chicken. It's probably an egg, rather, because I think if we took this 20-acre swath over here and put a general plan of public facilities on it, and your house is there, that's probably, going back to that UDOT presentation, something that would cause a lot of conversations and would be maybe out of sequence.
But in this case, knowing what's going to be there, knowing what the use is going to be, and I guess it's just, if it falls within that general plan, which you're saying it does, then there's no need to make any other changes.
From a
Go ahead. At the same time, to be clear, if the council wants us to change the general plan, we have no qualms with it. Just speaking for myself, no qualms at all with starting that process. We could have that on an agenda in December for you if you'd like. We're going to, I think we all believe, probably make some fairly significant changes to the general plan map over the course of the next number of months. We could also catch it then. I'd say it's whatever you prefer, we're more than happy to do.
From a consistency standpoint, it looks like we probably will
For
because
the
it
same
looks
reason,
like
right?
it, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think it's necessarily needed.
Yeah, no, as long as, because the zoning's the law, that's the one that matters. But if you were later on to look at the map of the general plan and you see that the rec center is split down the middle with two different general plan designations, just for appearance sakes, it looks weird, right? But
It does, yeah.
Okay. Any other questions on this? Discussion of this zone change? I think down the road, if we're looking at the general plan, it's good to adjust it when we get to that point. But again, I don't think it's necessary for what we want to move forward on tonight. So if there's no other questions about this one, I'd entertain a motion for item C.
I move to approve the proposed recreation center zone change based on the following findings: that the current zoning permits municipal facilities, but the proposed use better aligns with the intent of the public facilities zone to provide governmental services to the community and contribute to the community's enrichment. And 2, that the general plan designation will be updated with the 2024 comprehensive update.
Second. Thank you, Councilman Euler. Motion made by Councilman Euler, seconded by Councilman Argyle. Roll call vote here. Councilman Marshall?
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck?
Yes.
Councilman Argyle?
Yes, because Shane said yes.
Like it? I like it. He's only voting because Shane said yes. Councilman Euler?
Yes.
And Councilman Carr?
Yes.
That's approved. Thank you. Wow. Okay. That takes us out of our public hearing section, moves us on to new business. There's 5 items in new business, but 2 of them need to be tabled. So we're going to skip A and B, are not ready for tonight, are not ready for prime time.
Do we need to move to table them?
Legal says yes.
I move to table A and B of new business.
Motion made by Councilman Cardin, seconded by Councilman Argyle to table items A and B of new business tonight. Roll call vote. Councilman Euler?
Yes.
Councilman Cardin?
Yes.
Councilman Marshall?
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck?
Yes.
And Councilman Argyle?
Yes.
A and B are tabled. Takes us to C, agreement to trade Spring Creek and Butler Springs water for $2.9 million of ULS water. Mr. Chris Thompson.
So we purchased Butler Springs, the rights for Butler Springs some time ago, quite some time ago, and haven't been able to use them because they're far enough down the river that we don't have a pumping system, a collection system to put that into our water system. And it would not be cost effective to add one for that amount of water. And so we've kind of sat on this water right for a while, and it's an interesting water right. We can actually use it by transferring it upstream if there's a lot of water coming over the city dam, which only occurs when we have so much water we don't need the water. So it's the only time we could possibly really use it, we really wouldn't need it. And so what we are proposing here is to trade this water right to Saratoga Springs, and then they would then pay us money to purchase ULS water, which is a very good water right coming from Strawberry Reservoir at pressure, clean water, and it turns out to be very good for us. So they would give us about $3 million worth of ULS water in return for this water that we haven't used to date and likely wouldn't use it very easily in the short or midterm future. There's also some Spring Creek water. Quite some time ago, probably even before this, we were able to purchase with Provo a spring in Springville, and we don't have any plans to put a pump system in Springville and get that water to us. That would be too costly, and so we've sat on this water right for quite some time, and this water would also be traded in that, and basically Butler Springs and Spring Creek would go into Utah Lake, and then Saratoga Springs would pump it out of Utah Lake at a different location.
Chris, so you mentioned that this money's going towards our ULS water. That where we started using that a couple of years ago, did we have to start making that payment, or is that payment not due? Do we not start that yet?
So we have called for partial amounts of that water to come to us. So 500 acre feet at a time. So we're now taking 1,500 acre feet of that water every year, and we are paying for that.
Just that amount that we're taking. We haven't started making our payment for...
Not the full payment. We will have to start that as soon as that trunk line goes all the way through Spanish Fork, Salem, and down to Santa Quinn.
So this is just going to go into the bank?
Right. So basically it'll sit in the bank, accrue interest until it's needed to make those payments.
Okay. Thanks, Chris.
Chris, I was going to ask how Saratoga benefits from this trade, but it sounds like, are they not able to access or use the ULS water currently? But they will be able to
They don't have a contract for it. We have a contract for that ULS water.
But they have, so I guess, how are they able to trade it to us? I understand if the Butler Springs and Spring Creek run into Utah Lake, they then have access or the rights to pump that out. What is it that they have that they're trading us then if they don't have contract?
Just money.
Just the
basically, we have a contract with the Bureau to receive 8,000 acre feet of ULS water, Strawberry Reservoir water. And that contract, we've started taking water from that contract, but we will end up having to take all 8,000 acre feet of that water probably in the next 3 years. And so once we do that, we'll be making $2 million payments a year for that water for 50 years until we own that water. And so this money will be put towards those payments.
So we're calling it a trade. It's really, they're buying the water.
They're buying.
They're
They're
buying
trading
the water
water
that
for
we've
dollars.
contracted to.
So with us not using the other two springs, Butler and Spring, does that water now flow down Spanish Fork River to get into Utah Lake for them to be able to pump more?
The one does, the other into Hollow Creek.
So is it possible we'd see actual different levels of water in Spanish Fork after this? Meaning, right now when it gets...
It's just, right now, it's going there
It's
anyway.
flowing there right now.
We're just not taking it out.
We're just not, we
It's
won't
just,
be
it's
taking
going
it
to the
out.
water, it's going from where it's the source to Utah Lake today. So continue to do that, and they will just take it out of Utah Lake on the other side of the lake.
Okay.
Right now, it's not being used.
So right now, it's just flowing down.
Just
So
pass
we're not
through.
going to see any changes as far as the amount of water in the river?
No.
Okay, that's too bad.
You want more? It got pretty close to the houses last year. I don't know if
I
you want any
understand, yeah, there's some months we don't, but if you're wanting to kayak or fish the river in the summer months, it'd be nice to have more
Put
water.
it another
in there.
way, it's like guaranteeing in-stream flow.
That's
because
right. In the
Because
future,
it has to,
it'll allow
because
you to
now it
lift the
has to
lake.
go down
Yeah.
to get to Utah Lake.
This enters about midway through, the stretch from the mouth of the canyon to the highway. This enters in there just before Main Street as the river makes a 90-degree bend there.
On the
So if you're
east
on
side
the
of
trail,
Main Street?
on the east side.
East side of Main, just between the two bridges, Main Street and the other bridge.
Yeah, if you've seen that there's a little pipe that
It's right there, that's where it comes in.
It's coming out of that pond that's right
Oh,
along Main Street
Okay.
on your way to Salem.
Okay.
I guess it should be noted, might maybe just over discussion or detail of this is the documents that are in here. They're obviously public documents. Everybody can review these. Hanson Allen Luce, a respected water engineer group that reviewed this. I assume we're not giving away the farm, if you will, of 337 acre feet of water. We're getting compensated for it fairly by another municipality, and it's water that we couldn't use, and now it's money going to water that we can use, right?
Yeah, it's a very good price that they're paying for it. Our policy this is how we treat developers. In fact, most developers, we require them to pay for some of this contract water instead of bringing us water, because 8,000 acre feet of water is a lot of water, and a $2 million annual payment is a lot of money. And so we've collected probably about $6 million towards that so far, and projecting out in the future, this really helps make that payment until we need the water.
Thank you, Chris. Good detail on a complex subject for sure. We appreciate your work on this and getting it to this point with us. Any questions, further questions for Chris on item C? If not, I would entertain a motion on item C.
I move to approve the agreement to trade Spring Creek and Butler Springs water for $2.9 million of ULS water.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Marshall, seconded by Councilwoman Beck. A roll call vote here. Councilman Argyle.
Yes.
Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Councilman Cardon.
Yes.
Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
And Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
Item C is approved. Takes us to item D, Recreation Center Construction Agreement, Notice to Proceed. Mr. Dale Robinson.
That ought to wake you up, huh?
All right. Travis
Tyler,
woke up
were you
back there.
asleep? Almost. There's two contracts before you tonight that need to be ratified. The first is a construction agreement with Westland Construction, a notice to proceed, so that they can begin work on the recreation center. And maybe we'll start there since that's the first one. There's no need to lump them both together, but they are separated on your agenda. So I don't know if you have any questions on that one. It's a simple notice to proceed and a construction agreement for them.
to move forward.
Item D and F, or excuse me, D and E are connected. Recreation Center construction agreement, like Dale's said here, and Recreation Phase 1 guaranteed maximum price is E next. So
I just do them all together, Dale.
You want to do them together?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, let's talk about item E. So the second contract is a GMP for Phase 1. And the reason we broke that into 2 phases was because we are, 2 reasons mainly. We're working on some value engineering to try to make sure that we can get the overall GMP where we want it to be, where we hope it will be. The other reason is we really needed to be able to get some things locked in, some prices locked in, and I'm happy to tell you that move, all indications are from the contractor that it has saved us from having to expend an additional $600,000 by locking in prices on materials for steel and plumbing and all the trades. So the move that was made to be able to extend this partial GMP for Phase 1 is going to save us some money in the long run. But we're still working hard. We've got another meeting this week and have continued to meet regularly to work on some value engineering things to see if we can, so we can get this price where we would like it to be. Not where we would like it to be, but the best we can do, right? So that we're comfortable that we've done all we can to mitigate this and make sure that we've got reasonable prices.
Dell, with this GMP, how far down the process will it take us?
This one?
Yeah.
This will take us probably through, and I don't know timing-wise, but the main thing is we wanted to get, first of all, lock in the prices, second of all, get the earthwork started and get some concrete work going and things like that. When I mentioned this to Westland and they gave us this number, it will take them through the end of the year for sure.
When, Dell, can we expect to see the second GMP?
I'm hoping in the next couple of months. Okay. Yeah, I would really like to have it by the first or second meeting in December. Okay. That's where we're pushing to get it done.
Dell, are there other examples within the city where we've had to break it up like this? Any other projects?
We did this building that way, slightly different, but similarly we had two phases.
How soon I forget.
But I would add, honestly, I think the $30 million GMP, it would probably go for about a year in terms of before they would spend all the money on it. But it gives them the ability to lock in those items that they have to put, if their subs have to put money down, right? It gives them the ability to, with confidence, that they've got the backing to do that part of it. But I mean, this will get them a long ways, if we needed to. But I'm with Dale. I don't know that we'll be done by December, but I'd love to hit that mark. If not, more important to me is that we keep the dialogue going. If we said, let's do a GMP, then there's a loss of motivation, right, in terms of the subs and the different elements of it. So this has been really effective as we've been working with the contractor and continuing to work with manufacturers and the subcontractors to get to the right places where we say we like that, we're good with that. So
we've only got the one meeting in December, right, the 12th, so it'd have to be by the 12th.
Yeah,
and that's our goal. We're pushing for it. We don't have to hit that mark, like Seth said, and I probably misanswered your question when I said $30 million will last 2 months. That's not really reality, right? But
if that's the case, this thing's done in June.
We're going to be done really quick, and we're going to be swimming next summer.
Well, I think,
but there's a breakdown on your contract, as you guys have probably seen, that shows all of the items that it includes there. And obviously, if you're going to build a foundation, you've got to have all all the plumbing and electrical and all that stuff in place as well. So.
I mean, it's $30 million, but it's not necessarily $30 million of labor, right? So you can expend money on things.
Right.
So it's tough to say that it's a duration of time that this will be spent in, right? Because you're going to buy stuff with it. Not going to do construction necessarily with all of it.
Yeah.
I think one of the concerns would be we're going to spend $30 million while we negotiate something else. And will we stay within our overall budget? I think the answer to that is yes. I think there is if I'm the audience and I'm looking at this like, oh, the city's going to commit $30 million and when you come back and say you need another 80, that's not the case. We know generally what the total budget is. This is, like you all said, an attempt to capitalize on some good pricing on particular items today as we take time to make sure that we get the most value out of what the remaining items are. And it does, I think, the citizens in the city no good to rush through that second part and pay for something we don't need. Or find a place where we can save the taxpayers' money and value engineering that out. So I think this is a good approach, and I think if you looked across the construction industry, you would see that when you do a CMGC type bid like we did, you will come up with phases along the way all the time. I mean, there are instances in the transportation world where someone will go buy the steel girders for a bridge without having the design because they could capitalize on that dollar today and then design around it in the future. So I think this is very, very, it's not an exception. This is normal. I think calling it a GMP makes it a little bit weird. Yeah. It's a GMP for this phase, right? Not the project GMP. So this phase can't exceed this dollar amount. The rest of it, we're negotiating that. But the mayor announced when we walked through this that we had a budget. We're sticking to that budget. We think it'll fit within the budget as we move forward, and we just want to make sure they get the most value out of it. Do we want to spend, I think a good example is, do we want to spend $1 million on glass or $500,000 on something else? So those are the type of decisions that we need time to make, and why not take it? Why not take the time and do it right, get the project moving forward? I think the biggest concern would be we wanted to do this a month ago, and I haven't showed up in a month, so we didn't know. That's not why.
We've been waiting for you.
We just, but that is not correct, right? We weren't waiting for me. I'm joking, folks. I should not joke. That would be easier that way. I don't have to explain myself. But even this phase, getting this phase right for the taxpayer is important. And if you have to take an extra 2 weeks to do it, that's fine, right? It's worth the time and effort to get. Who's going to spend $29,397,000 on a whim? Nobody. And we better take the time and do it right. And I think that the city's done that, and Dell's done that, and Westland has done that. They've come to the table and broken down their estimate and their prices really well. And I think we're getting good value with this one, and I'm 100% sure we're going to get value on the next phase. So stay tuned. This gives us a chance to continue to move the project forward while we do the good work that you've been doing since for the last, 4 months with this.
We had 4 phases in the sewer treatment plant where one was to buy a bunch of equipment, but to do some preliminary work that we could get going on because we knew for sure what needed to be done there, and that work actually saved a lot of money. So yeah.
That's the part that I think is important to bring up. This is a company that builds all over the world, has the access to that information of what to do. I think this is part of a company like this maybe earning its fee that it charges a customer. Is let's do this work. Let's find the deals, and the deal was let's buy this before it goes up, and it's hopefully saved us some money there. The one thing to touch, just to add to it, of the assurance and the reassurance, yes, we have a budget. We have a budget we're working inside of. That budget is not going to change the property tax that we've discussed and already approved in the budget a year ago, and so that's not changing. The construction's underway. I know everybody's excited. We're excited too, and we'll be out there turning shovels soon. But this is the big things of, you can see on the breakdown, plumbing, mechanical, electrical. Shocked when they tell you those lead times and how long that stuff just takes. You've got to get that stuff. It takes 18 months to be on site. And so we got to be swimming in a rec center in a couple of years, and we can't wait longer to get that stuff ordered and built and going. So huge lead times. Seth, anything?
Just one last add. I think everything you guys said is great, and the target bond amount is exactly where we want it to be. You know, we've been targeting a range, and we'll hit that probably on the low end. So I'm really happy about that.
Remind me of the range.
60 to 65.
Okay.
Yeah, and we'll be on the lower end of that. So we're doing everything we can, and we're going to hit that target.
Thanks to those of you who sit on this committee and are meeting weekly to look at those numbers and get the best value. I appreciate it.
Any other questions on these two items? Kind of go together, D and E. I bet Vaughn wants us to probably do them separate. The first one's the agreement for the contractor to proceed, and the E is the first phase GMP there. Anything else, Dale, you want to add to that?
That's it.
If there's no other questions or discussion, I'd entertain a motion on D and E.
D, motion to approve rec center construction agreement, notice to proceed.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Argyle, seconded by Councilman Euler. So roll call vote for item D. Councilman Cardon?
Yes.
Councilman Marshall?
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck?
Yes.
Councilman Argyle?
Yes.
And Councilman Euler?
Yes.
Item D is approved. Takes us to item C. Any questions on that? If not, I would entertain a motion on E.
I move to approve the Recreation Center Phase 1 guaranteed maximum price.
Second?
Motion made by Councilman Marshall, seconded by Councilwoman Beck. This is a roll call vote. Councilman Argyle?
Yes.
Councilman Euler?
Yes.
Councilman Cardon?
Yes.
Councilman Marshall?
Yes.
And Councilwoman Beck?
Yes.
Item E is approved. Thank you, Dale.
Don't you need to get going now?
Go get your belt on.
Grab your hammer. 2 months.
You know, I think Councilmember Beck sent us an email a little bit ago asking for, will there be an opportunity for local folks to contribute in some way to the rec center? I think we have to explore that a little bit. It's a great email, and I know that when folks came together on the volunteer park, it meant more to the community.
Mm-hmm.
I think as we move this thing forward, there's probably going to be opportunities for us to solicit some help from the community to install landscaping or pour some concrete, something like that.
We've seen it already, right? With just moving
Name
the
a
sod.
brick after your family. I don't know, something.
Moving sod from one park to the other.
Yeah, it's a great point. It's
example,
already
right?
happened.
It's already got the volunteer drive name, and it's already got the volunteer fill of moving that sod up to an electric park, repurposing it, and it's
But
just
yeah.
the history of the way it
So we
goes.
Other
just need to-
opportunities, and
yeah,
I'm sure we'll have
decide when during this process is going to be the best time to start making those asks.
And the good thing, at least for me, about it is when you do get to what you get to now, you have a number approved that the contractor's moving forward, and you're going to get some. It's hard to say, hey, I built, my company or something built that concrete column that you can't see because it's covered up with everything because it's a foundation. But now you start getting to the other things that are, hey, here's a cost of what this scoreboard costs for
Who wants a slide? Who wants to buy it?
or everything else that they're nailing down are now things that we can take to people, businesses, families that are just overly generous in this area to be able to talk to them about how involved they want to be.
Yeah.
I think it's
And where, right? We've talked before about, at some point, trying to develop a scholarship program for any resident of Spanish Fork that wants to use it. And so do you, that's a good place to talk about, a donation to a cause that could really help a family in need across the city use the park or the rec center. So I think there will be a lot of those opportunities. And as we continue to negotiate with Westland, we probably should look for those smaller sort of independent construction items that if someone wanted to volunteer at a time to pour a sidewalk out front or something like that, they could do that. So it's probably not today because we need to get to the second GMP, but as this project moves forward, taking advantage of those would be, I think, a great thing. So I appreciate that email, Stacey.
Thanks.
Good point. Appreciate all of that discussion. I guess the one addition that I neglected to mention is Jesse, Councilman Cardin, besides probably the third graders want to talk where their waste goes, they want to talk where they're going to swim, right? They asked that at Sierra Bonita.
Yeah.
The kindergartners asked me too. The message was it's coming, it's being built, and then it's I tell them to go home, tell them to turn around and thank their teachers for their tax dollars. Go home and tell their parents they're excited, thank their parents, give them a hug. It doesn't happen by unicorns or rainbows to build this. It's real dollars, it's real cents, and it is dollars from us as residents, people visiting our city, obviously, but it's serious money. And so, again, can't thank the community enough for the support there and making something happen that's going to be a generational impact in our community. It doesn't happen without it. Okay. Takes us to item F on new business. Mr. Tyler Jacobson, personal, not personal. We've already talked about his personal life and being pulled over.
His tickets.
But the personnel policy updates that you want to go over.
Hey, personable is part of the mission statement, right?
Yep.
This is we may change the name of this to the personable policy. No. We have several changes and updates to our personnel policy. You can probably see a list of them there. For those of you that are at home, some of the areas that we're updating are our post-accident testing. What we're updating there is when someone is in an accident, if we estimate the damage is going to be over $2,500, then they are required to go, if it's our employee that was in the accident, that employee is required to go and get a drug test. This policy has been in place for quite a few years, and in those years, inflation has happened. And if you talk to Max Saby, our fleet division manager, he will tell you that even if Mayor gets a tiny scratch on his Jeep, that's going to likely be more than the $2,500. So what we've done is update for inflation so that we can be wise with the taxpayers' dollars as far as, because there is a cost that's involved when we do have our employees go to be tested for drugs. And so based on the history of having employees go and be tested, we haven't thankfully had anybody come back positive when they've had an accident that I'm aware of. And so we feel like this is a good move there. Another policy to be updated, the accident review procedures. This is really a function of growth. Whenever there is an accident, we have an accident review committee meeting where the department director as well as some other individuals are part of that. And as the city has grown, our department directors now have a lot more responsibility, and so there are times where it makes sense to have the department director have a division manager or someone else, another supervisor, fill in those meetings for them. So that's the purpose of that change. The higher education assistance and certification assistance policies that are before you that we're recommending be changed, that's really just a function of how we're trying to make it more efficient. So we've created a form to make it easier to go through the process of applying for higher education assistance. The funeral leave policy that's being updated, that's really in regards to our fire and EMS department. With fire and EMS, you'll notice there's actually a couple policy updates that have come about since we've hired full-time personnel there. They have a different schedule that we learned about in our work session today. They work 48 hours straight, and then they're off for 96 hours. As a result, the way that we allocate leave time is different for them because of that schedule. And so there's an adjustment for that outlines how that would be paid out for funeral leave. Vehicle backing, there's a provision in our policy that says if you have a vehicle that's above a certain weight, then you have to have a spotter. The weight that we had in there, I believe, was 2,500 pounds, which most of our Pickup trucks weigh more than that. So we were trying to define what a heavy-duty truck was or vehicle, and we just had some bad language in there. So we're updating that so that it's now 13,500 pounds is what constitutes a heavy-duty vehicle. Family and Medical Leave Act, there's an update in there just clarifying some language. And then with the holidays provision, that once again that has to do with the schedule for our fire and EMS employees. We do have 2 new policies. One of them is a light duty policy for our fire and EMS department. That has to do once again with the amount of leave time that they accrue. They accrue at a different rate. And so there are times where we'll have an employee that will have to go on light duty from the fire and EMS department. And when that happens, they usually switch schedules and they'll work 5 days a week for 8 hours a day. And because of that, while they're on light duty, they would accrue leave time at a different rate. Because let's say they were accruing 24 hours of leave time every few pay periods, whereas 24 hours would be a pretty large amount for a person that's working 8 hours a day. That's like 3 days of vacation. So that vacation is cut back, the accrual is cut back for the time period they're on light duty. And then the last new policy addition, this is probably the biggest change, is we are recommending that a bilingual differential pay be added to the policy. So an example of this would be in our utility billing department. There are often times where we'll have someone come in that needs help and they can't speak English. And so it's so beneficial to have employees that speak Spanish. We haven't really had to speak other languages, so right now it's really just Spanish, but we wanted to make it broad enough that if in the future we had to incorporate some other languages that would be there. What this is recommending is there are 3 different tiers. So one of those tiers is if you speak a second language consistently on a daily basis, then you would get a stipend for $60 per pay period. If you use your second language, the Spanish language in most cases, on a weekly basis, fairly consistently, then there's another tier that would pay out $30. And then there's another tier for those that use it once in a while, and that tier really is just using our recognition program that we already have in place to say thank you for the time that you're spending and the talents you're using to help those that come into the city. That doesn't just happen if you speak another language. There has to be a need for it in the department, and there's an approval process for that. I just went through a lot there. Questions on any of those policies?
Any questions for Tyler on these updates and a couple additions?
All right. Thank you.
Pretty good explanation, Tyler. Thank you for the detail, and thank you, employees, for all that you do. If there's no questions about this, I'd entertain a motion for item F.
I move to approve the personnel policy updates.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Euler, seconded by Councilman Argyle. A roll call vote here. Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
And Councilman Cardin.
Yes.
Councilman Euler.
Yes.
And Councilman Argyle.
Yes.
I almost said C. But
That item's approved. Did you almost say so? No.
Trying to get some more money.
Because you're using yours. Are you keeping up on yours? Okay.
See.
Okay. Good. Sign him up.
All right.
Got idea.
We're not paying him, but sign him up. He'll be here. Okay.
We ready for this next one, Mayor?
Ready. If there's no other business that needs to come before this body, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn to closed session.
I move to go into closed session for strategy sessions to discuss the purchase, exchange, or lease of real estate property, including any form of water right or water shares, or to discuss a proposed development agreement, project proposal, or financial proposal related to the development of land owned by the state. Strategy sessions to discuss the sale of real property, including any form of water right or water shares.
That's new. I second that.
Motion made by Councilman Cardon, seconded by Councilwoman Becker. Roll call vote here. Councilman Argyle.
Yes.
Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Councilman Cardon.
Yes.
And Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
And Councilwoman Becker.
Yes.
Sounds like a fun meeting.
We are adjourned to closed session. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. We appreciate it.
Told you we were gonna